Chapter 2111. The scorching sun shone mercilessly in the sky, illuminating the bustling streets. Noah and Tina were walking together on a street that was bustling with pedestrians. Tina seemed to be in a very good mood. She hummed a song while holding on to Noah's hand like a little girlfriend. Her face didn't have the confusion that would appear during the day, nor did it have the coldness that would appear during the night. Instead, there was only the cheerfulness and happiness of an ordinary little girl. After coming out of the holy residence, Tina had been in this state. Noah allowed Tina, who was in high spirits, to hold his hand. Looking at Tina, who was in a very good mood, he couldn't help but smile and ask, "What made you so happy?" "Of course it's going out with Big Brother," Tina answered without hesitation. "Whenever I think of Big Brother by my side, I'm very happy." "Is that so?" The smile on Noah's face more or less disappeared, and he sighed. "But we didn't come out to play. We have serious business to do." "It's okay." Tina's mood didn't lower at all, and she smiled at Noah. "As long as I can be with Big Brother, I don't mind going anywhere." Saying this, Tina even tightened her grip on Noah's arm as if she wanted to increase the persuasiveness of her words. Her still childish face was filled with a happy smile. Looking at Tina like this, Noah felt a sense of apology in his heart. Undoubtedly, it was he who brought this child into fairy tale and changed this child's life without permission. However, he willfully left her and made her work hard for the career and dreams that he left behind. This made Noah feel very apologetic. Although this was for Tina's good, and Tina herself was very satisfied with her current life. But looking at Tina's happy expression, Noah felt that he still owed this girl. Thinking of this, Noah began to seriously look at Tina. Compared to 3 years ago, the current Tina didn't seem to have changed much. A head of long silver hair that draped over her shoulders gently flowed. A pair of blue eyes that were as beautiful as water ripples. A childish face that was as cute as a doll. A dress that embellished the charm of a young girl. Other than being a little taller than before, Tina didn't change much. After all, the difference between a 10-year-old girl and a 13-year-old girl wasn't that big. Even if there was a saying that a girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood, Tina still hadn't reached that age. In another 2 or 3 years, the changes would probably be much greater than now. However, compared to the first time they met, the current Tina was undoubtedly much brighter than before. At least, that was the case when she was with Noah. Hence, at this moment, in the eyes of outsiders, Tina was an extremely cute foreign girl, and she attracted the gazes of many passers-by. "That child is so cute. Yeah, and she's a foreigner. She's like a doll. I want to hug you, but why do I feel like I've seen this child somewhere before?" The whispers of the passers-by were clearly heard by Noah, and he cursed in his heart. Unlike before, when she was only active as an assassin in the inner world, the current Tina was known to all as the ace of the fairy tale, the world's strongest initiator. Under such circumstances, Tina had also been on TV many times and must have received a lot of attention. If she was recognized here, it would be a little troublesome, wouldn't it? After all, although the Tokyo area was an ally of fairyland, there were still many humans in this area who hated the cursed child. Who knew if there would be someone with brain damage who would suddenly run out to cause trouble? With this in mind, Noah patted Tina's hand and said softly, "Let's pick up the pace." Hearing this, Tina was slightly taken aback, but immediately noticed the situation around them and nodded understandingly. However, Noah still clearly noticed the slight disappointment in Tina's eyes. Seeing this, Noah smiled helplessly and patted Tina's head. "Don't look so disappointed. We'll come out together again next time." Tina's eyes lit up and she smiled again. With Noah in tow, she quickened her pace and walked forward. Not long after, the two came to the front of a hospital. It was a hospital affiliated to a university. Under Tina's lead, Noah walked into the affiliated hospital, and the strong smell of disinfectant immediately wafted into his nose. In the hospital, many doctors in white coats and nurses in nurse uniforms saw Noah. But when they saw Tina beside Noah, their expressions immediately changed, and they chose to stay away. It seemed that the doctors and nurses here had some understanding of Tina's identity. Tina seemed to have gotten used to this. She walked up to the counter and asked the lady at the counter, "I'm sorry, I'm looking for my room doctor. The doctor is at the usual place." It seemed like it was not the first time the receptionist had dealt with Tina, and she said directly, "Just like before, just go there." "Understood." Tina nodded, then returned to Noah's side and held Noah's hand with a smile on her face. "Big brother, come with me." Noah naturally didn't have any objections to this, and he followed Tina toward the northern staircase. Maybe it was Noah's illusion. From here on, the number of pedestrians seemed to decrease a lot, and at the end of the corridor at the stairs, there was a square cave on the ground. At first glance, it looked like a trap, but upon closer inspection, there was actually a steep flight of stairs inside the cave. Standing in front of the stairs, Noah only felt a strange smell faintly coming from inside, which made Noah frown slightly. Unfortunately, Noah was not unfamiliar with this strange smell, because it was the unique smell of corpses. "Tina," Noah said with a strange expression. "Is this a morgue?" "Yes." Tina also let out a bitter laugh. "Doctors usually live in the morgue." Noah's mouth twitched. The world's most powerful brain lives in a morgue? What kind of hobby is this? With this thought in mind, Noah followed Tina down the stairs and entered an underground tunnel that had a bit of a haunted house atmosphere. And at the end of the tunnel, there was a door carved with an exaggerated demon statue. Looking at this door, Noah began to confirm that this was definitely a strange person. Only Tina, with a look of indifference, pushed open the door and walked in. What appeared in front of them was a dark but surprisingly spacious room. There was an operating table, a desk, sophisticated instruments, a blackboard full of formulas, and so on in the room. It did not feel like a morgue, but more like an operating room or a research institute. Noah could even see that there was a corpse that had been embalmed lying on the operating table here, and there were also culture tanks filled with the corpses of primitive animals, which made his hair stand on end. If someone said that this was hell, there would definitely be people who would be willing to believe it, right? Noah could not help but say, "Would anyone really be willing to live here?" "I don't think so." Tina's tone was full of uncertainty. "But the doctor is a very strange person." In other words, the doctor really liked to live in a place like this. Noah was speechless. As the saying went, there was only a fine line between a genius and a lunatic, and a smart person often meant that they were also strange people. One of the strongest minds in the world was definitely an out-and-out weirdo. "That's strange. Is the doctor not here?" Tina began to look around as she walked in. "Doctor, are you here?" Noah followed behind Tina as she called out to him. His gaze swept over the culture tanks that contained the carcasses of the primitive intestinal animals. Slap! Suddenly, a hand grabbed Noah's foot. A sense of horror immediately rushed from Noah's feet to his spine. Noah turned around abruptly, lowered his head, and looked under himself. As a result, a face covered by long bangs was imprinted in Noah's eyes. Just as Noah was about to throw a punch, the face spoke. "Is there anything to eat?" Noah almost broke down. Chapter 21:12. In the dim morgue, a woman in a white coat was sitting in front of an office desk. She was desperately eating the white rice in the lunchbox in front of her, covering her entire face with rice grains. Noah and Tina sat side by side in front of each other, and both of them fell into a state of speechlessness at the sight of each of them gorging themselves like hungry ghosts. Especially Noah. Not only was he speechless, but he also had an indescribable feeling in his heart. The woman in front of him was eating and drinking like a starving ghost. If one only looked at her appearance, she was simply sloppy to the extreme. His skin had a sickly pallor. Her bangs were messy and long, covering half of her eyes. Undoubtedly, she had a pretty face. However, her eye sockets were slightly sunken, and there were dark circles around her eyes. If it weren't for the fact that she was wearing a white coat, no one would believe that this woman was one of the smartest people in the world. That's right. This woman was Miroto Jean. She was one of the people in charge of the Mechanical Soldier Project, the chief doctor of Rentaro, and a great scientist who was determined to save mankind with mechanical soldiers. Is this what they mean by don't judge a book by its cover? Even though I had the same thought when I first met the doctor, it's a little rude of you to say that, big brother. Noah and Tina both wore wry smiles on their faces as they looked on at Muroto, and their emotions were extremely complex. After an unknown amount of time, Muroto finally finished her lunchbox. Phew! Muroto Jean let out a long sigh of relief. I'm finally alive. Noah and Hina looked at each other. Doctor? Hina raised her hand and asked meekly, how long has it been since you last ate? How long will it take? Muroto placed the lunchbox on the table and asked without any hesitation. It's been about a week? 1 week. Tina was taken aback. And why didn't you go out to eat? You wanted to go out. Muroto Jean raised an eyebrow and said without hesitation. Then I might as well die here. Tina was rendered speechless by this invincible statement. The corners of Noah's eyes twitched. It's just going out for a meal. Why do you have to risk your life? Isn't that obvious? Guido Kino said sternly. Today's world is completely finished. Everywhere is filled with the disgusting smell of men's sweat and the disgusting smell of women's perfume. Moreover, there's also sunlight. If I'm exposed to it, I'd rather die here. Die from exposure to light. Noah felt that his worldview had been broadened. And it's a serious case of squatting at home? Anyway, I have a computer. Even if I don't step out, I can know what's going on outside. Since that's the case, what's the point of going out? Guido Kino waved her hand in disgust. My world only needs this little bit of land. I don't need anything else. What's important is, Noah and Tina unconsciously leaned forward. Then Guido Kino smiled. What's important is that it's very tiring to go out, so I don't want to go out. Tina almost lost her balance and fell to the ground. Noah's lips twitched, and he turned his head away as if he couldn't bear to look at her. So, she wasn't just a weirdo. She was also a weirdo. At this moment, Guido Kino seemed to have noticed Noah. She looked at Noah for 3 seconds before losing interest. I thought Tina would bring me a corpse. What a bummer. Do you want to see a corpse more than a living person? There have been too few deaths recently. Instead, there are more and more corpses of primitive animals. I almost don't have any new corpses to report here. They're all those stinky primitive animals. Don't human corpses stink? When will I get a new corpse? I want to find a boyfriend. Hurry up and bring it to me. Is it okay to find a corpse to be a boyfriend? All right, a lot of terrorists died yesterday. Apparently, they were all killed by attacking Mogin. Why don't you bring them here? I'll play with them. I'll dissect them. She was definitely going to say play with them, right? Seeing Guido Kino complaining, Noah felt like his ability to complain had skyrocketed. Even Tina didn't know what to say. She looked at Noah as if she was about to cry. I'm sorry, brother. Even though I've been with Dr. Guido for 3 years, I still can't get used to it. It's okay. It's good that you're not used to it. If he got used to it, he would definitely become the second weirdo that people couldn't bear to look at. Noah patted Tina's head comfortingly. He then looked at Guido Kino, who was laughing at him. You're Dr. Guido, right? I've heard a lot about you. I feel that in this era, many people have begun to gradually forget about me. Because I don't go out, and I'm not as passionate about research as before. Now, I'm just a doctor who likes to dissect corpses. Guido Kino glanced at Noah. On the contrary, I feel like I should say that I've heard a lot about you. Oh, Noah raised his eyebrows. Do you know me? Although I don't want my memory to be so good, at least I can still remember things that happened a few years ago. Guido Kino looked at Noah with a half smile. The founder of the famous Cursed Child Shelter, the most primitive person who changed the world, and now the leader of a civilian guild that has the ability to become the world's overlord. You should have heard of him before, right? Guido Kino turned around, poured a cup of hot coffee from the kettle, and said, Besides, the little brat and the little girl who often come to my place have mentioned your name more than once. I'm still thinking about when I'll have the chance to meet you. I must see what you look like, the person who started the new era. The person who started the new era? Noah chuckled. Aren't you flattering me a little too much? Being overly modest isn't a good thing. Guido Kino poured 2 cups of coffee and handed one to Noah and the other to Tina. I believe you know better than I do how filthy this world had become because of hatred and darkness. Your appearance had made this world that was as dark as sewage much cleaner. Though it is still murky, you at least brought hope. Your fairyland is unquestionably the beginning of a new era, and you have made it develop with that as its goal. Am I wrong? Half right and half wrong. Noah took the coffee and sipped it nonchalantly. Perhaps I want the children of fairyland to be reborn, praying that there would be a day where people would forget their hatred with that place as a starting point. However, Doctor, it's not the world that's dirty, but humans themselves. You're mistaken about that humans don't represent the world, you know? Interesting way of putting it. Muido Kino looked at Noah with interest and said meaningfully, but it's because humans can't represent the world that the protogut animals appeared, right? The atmosphere in the morgue instantly turned heavy. All right, let's not talk about these meaningless things. Muido Kino crossed her legs and looked at Tina. Since you brought this brother of yours, you don't want me to defend Sandfeld, do you? Yes. Tina nodded. Actually, it's your big brother who wants to talk to you. That's to be expected. She turned around and looked at Noah. Her eyes, which were covered by her bangs, slowly narrowed. Is it related to the attack yesterday? Most of it. Noah put down the coffee in his hand and met Muido Kino's gaze. It's like this. Therefore, Noah told Muido Kino everything that happened last night. Listening to Noah's explanation, Muido Kino's expression became a little solemn. When Noah mentioned Juyu, her pupils slightly shrank, and she fell into silence. A protogut animal that can be controlled by humans, and a mechanical soldier that can be reborn with just a piece of brain fragment. Muido Kino mocked. So that's where you went? Albrecht Grunewald. Chapter 21:13. Noah and Hina both reacted when they heard Mudo Jin's sarcastic tone. This name, Hina raised her eyebrows and said tentatively, it's the name of the person in charge of the mechanized soldier project, right? That's right. Mudo Jin's sarcastic tone didn't weaken. Albrecht Grunewald, who was in charge of the entire mechanized soldier project and was in charge of all of us. That's the guy I just mentioned. Then why are you mentioning him now? Noah frowned. Could it be that he's the one who mechanized Juyu? Are you trying to say that I'm baseless? Mudo Jin curled her lips. But I'm certain that he's the one who mechanized Juyu. Undoubtedly, Mudo Jin's words were baseless, but Noah's frown deepened. Looking at Noah's expression, Muido Kino suddenly said, at the beginning of the mechanized soldier project, Arthur and I all had our own research institutes in Japan, the United States, and Australia. You should know this, right? Of course. After all, after the mechanized soldier project was launched, the project was given another name by the person in charge. The Japan branch was called the New Humanity Creation Project. The United States branch was called Next. The Australia branch was called Obelisk. Of course, as the people in charge of the three countries, Mudo Jin, Ayn Rand, and Arthur Shannock all had their own research institutes in their own countries. In that case, I want to ask you. Mudo Jin looked straight at Noah and said, have you ever heard of the person in charge of Germany setting up his own research institute in Germany? Noah was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly understood. That's right. The first three people in charge all had their own research institutes and projects. Only Grunewald, in this regard, only mentioned that he was the highest person in charge of the entire project and that he belonged to the country. There had never been any mention of a German branch project or research institute. That's why that guy has always been weird. Muido Kino clicked her tongue. He didn't set up a research institute in his own country. Instead, he set up his own research facilities in Japan, the United States, and Australia to carry out the mechanization program. Therefore, in Japan, there are also people who were transformed by Grunewald. A Japanese cyborg. Noah's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Looks like you've already figured it out. Muido Kino confirmed Noah's guess. It's that mechanical soldier called Leech Shadow-in. What? Tina was shocked. In other words, the Leech Shadow-in was not modified by you, but by Professor Grunewald? That's right. Muroto nodded. Although the Leech Shadow-in is nominally a mechanical soldier of the new human creation plan, and it was once part of the 787th Mechanized Special Unit of the Eastern Ground Self-Defense Force, it is not under my jurisdiction. It is under the jurisdiction of Grunewald. In other words, the Leech Shadow was most likely sent by Grunewald to participate in the attack. Since the Leech Shadow was with the Leech Shadow, it was very likely that the Leech Shadow was transformed by Grunewald. But this doesn't seem to be convincing, right? Noah pondered for a moment and said, even if the Leech Shadow was transformed by Professor Grunewald, and the Leech Shadow was with the Leech Shadow, it still can't be confirmed that the transformation was done by Grunewald. No, I can be sure, Muido Kino said impatiently. Let's put aside the operation of injecting the protozoan virus into the human brain fragment and using the protozoan's regenerative ability to restore the entire brain. Just the technology of putting a human brain into a mechanical body and smoothly connecting the brain to the mechanical body so that the neurons can be transmitted to every corner of the mechanical body and move like one's own body is something I don't have the confidence to do. You don't have the confidence to do it? Tina was shocked. You mean? Noah had a flash of inspiration, and he understood Muido Kino's thoughts. You know what I'm trying to say, right? Muido Kino spread her hands. Since I don't have the confidence to do it, and an Arthur won't be able to do it either. Only Grunewald is obviously more talented than the three of us. I've stolen his mechanical soldier blueprint before, but I couldn't understand a part of the blueprint at all. I can prove it. Now, even Tina understood why Muido Kino was so sure that the Leech Shadow Yin's mechanical surgery was done by Grunewald. It was because among the four wise men, only Grunewald's technology was better than the other three. Therefore, since the large-scale mechanical surgery that even Muido Kino didn't have the confidence to do appeared on the Leech Shadow, it could only be Grunewald's doing. Also, I can't control the protozoa either, but now it appeared. So, the only person who can do this is Grunewald. Muido Kino concluded. This guy disappeared for so many years, and I thought he was hiding somewhere. Now, it seems that he's in the so-called Wuxiang Association. As soon as Muido Kino finished speaking, the entire operating theater fell into an indescribable silence. Tina didn't say anything. She just looked at Noah. Noah also fell into silence. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Muido Kino. Can I trust you? This sentence made Muido Kino raise her eyebrows, and then she laughed out loud. Trust? Muido Kino seemed to be laughing so hard that her stomach hurt a little. She held her stomach and waved at Noah as if she couldn't help but laugh. It's better not to. In this era, the trust between people is extremely fragile. I used to be unwilling to trust anyone. After all, I've seen hell before. As one of the strongest minds in the world who once aspired to save mankind, if she didn't experience despair and saw too much hell, how could she set such an ambition? In addition, just like how Miroto Nara once stole Grunewald's technology, many people would try to get close to Miroto Nara in an attempt to steal her technology. It was natural that this outstanding scientist wouldn't be willing to trust anyone. However, looking at Muido Kino, who was holding her stomach and laughing, Noah suddenly laughed. You said that was in the past. Muido Kino's laughter came to an abrupt end. Yes, that was in the past. Muido Kino stopped laughing, and her tone became a little distant. Now, I'm just hiding in a place that doesn't see the light of day. Every day, there are corpses for me to dissect, and the kid who was kidnapped by me to hell and turned into a mechanical soldier by me. That's enough for me. Tina understood the meaning behind Muido Kino's words. This overly outstanding scientist was telling Noah that she would never perform mechanical surgeries again, nor would she want to join a mysterious organization and do something that would be despised by others. Because I've seen too much despair in hell. Muido Kino looked at Noah. While humans are praying to be saved, they have unilateral hatred, and even abuse for a group of children who can save them. They're even scheming against each other in this era. It's hopeless. I even once thought that the world was hopeless. Therefore, I gave up everything and hid in this small operating theater. I only did what I liked to do, Muido Kino said to Noah. And your appearance changed the world that I once thought was hopeless. Therefore, I admire you. This was probably the most serious sentence that Muido Kino had said to Noah ever since she met him. Therefore, Noah understood. This sloppy doctor was actually the same as him. They both thought that mankind was hopeless, but they were also moved by mankind and returned to the position of saving mankind. However, what moved Noah was the people in Tokyo who made him feel the existence of hope. The person who moved Muido Kino should be Rintaro, right? Chapter 21:14. After coming out of the affiliated university hospital, Noah fell into deep thought as he recalled everything that happened last night and what he said to Muroto. Brother. Hina hugged Noah's hand and spoke softly. Are you still suspicious of Dr. Muto? No, I don't suspect that doctor anymore. Noah shook his head. I think Muto Hina is telling the truth, and her guess is very accurate. Is that so? Hina let out a sigh of relief. It's great that you believe in Dr. Muto. I just think her explanation is the most convincing. Noah smiled helplessly. After all, the person in charge of the American branch is already dead. It's unlikely that the person in charge of the Australian branch would be able to retrieve the brain fragments of an incompetent guard captain that I killed in Tokyo. As for Muto Hina, she hides in the morgue all day long. It would be difficult for her to perform a large-scale surgery. Now that I think about it, Grunewald is undoubtedly the most suspicious person. You're right. Hina nodded. Also, Professor Grunewald set up a research facility in Japan, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to retrieve the brain fragments. Also, the military helicopter that transported the giraffe last night is also very suspicious. Noah touched his chin. According to the Son of Heaven's investigation, the military helicopter didn't belong to the Tokyo area, nor did it belong to any other country. It seems to be a privately made military helicopter without a serial number. It's impossible for such a helicopter to obtain an entry permit and fly into the Tokyo area, which means that the military helicopter was secretly made in the Tokyo area. Hina tilted her head. But what does that mean? It means that the other party isn't just a terrorist organization. They have sufficient technical support. Noah patted Hina's head. Although we can't be sure that it's Grunewald's doing, it's impossible to build such a military helicopter in secret without some means. Grunewald once set up a research facility here. Whether it's the site, materials, or technology, they're all guaranteed, right? Then, brother, are you sure that Professor Grunewald is in the Wuxiang Association? Hina asked in confusion. But, in the end, why would the Wuxiang Association attack Ms. Magino? There could be a lot of reasons, Noah said. For example, there's a possibility that some country commissioned the Wuxiang Association to take action. But Big Brother hasn't mentioned this possibility even once, Tina asked. Brother, did you find something? Actually, it's not difficult at all. Noah shrugged. Didn't it say that the Five Feathers Association had been targeting Fairy Tale since a year ago? Yeah. Hina wrinkled her little nose. In the past, when I was carrying out missions, I encountered people from the Five Wings Association several times. Every time they were targeting me. Many people in the guild have also been targeted. Moreover, the higher the IP ranking of the member, the more they will be targeted. If that's the case, then we need to think about what reason our guild has that would cause the Five Xiang Association to target us. Noah suggested. Thinking about it carefully, this time a year ago was also a hint. A year ago, Hina thought hard, but it didn't take long for her to be surprised. Speaking of a year ago, the first thing that came to mind was that the countries around the world finally realized that the number of cursed children in their countries had sharply decreased to the point that they could no longer ignore it. And then they noticed our guild, right? That's right. Noah curled his lips and smiled. It was also at that time that the countries around the world began to feel a sense of crisis and felt that the world would be ruled by our guild, right? A sense of crisis. Hina seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that the Wuxiang Association also felt the same sense of crisis? Smart. Noah intimately pinched Hina's little nose. You weren't at the scene of the attack last night, so you might not know, but before the terrorist leader committed suicide, he said this sentence, the world definitely belongs to us. The world definitely belongs to us. Hina's eyes widened. It can't be. The goal of the Wuxiang Association is, that's right. Noah sneered. The ultimate goal of the Wuxiang Association is to rule the world. That's why the Wuxiang Association targeted fairy tale. Because in the current situation, Fairyland's fairy tale was the most likely force to rule the world. With such an unimaginable enemy like fairy tale appearing out of nowhere, how could the Wuxiang Association, whose goal was to rule the world, not feel a sense of crisis and target fairy tale? I'm afraid the reason why this mysterious organization developed the technology to control gastronomic animals is to rule the world. Noah narrowed his eyes. If they can control gastronomic animals as they wish, then this mysterious organization will be able to destroy all the countries that resist them and establish their own hegemony. This is an organization with great ambition and potential. To think that they're researching ways to control gastronomic animals in order to rule the world. Hina said with a trembling voice. Are these people crazy? Among humans, there will always be some who daydream all day long and do whatever they can to achieve it. Noah's voice carried a hint of coldness. They never think of others, only think of themselves, causing a lot of trouble for others, and, in the end, letting others solve the problems they left behind. Just like what Mudo Kino said, humans are hopeless. Then, brother, what should we do? Hina looked up at Noah. Should we find this Five Xiang Association and completely annihilate it? Of course, let these rats hide in the corner and occasionally come out to bite us. We have no reason not to spray rat poison on them. Noah didn't hesitate at all. Since we're sure that they want to hurt us, then we have no reason to let them take advantage of us, even if it's not for ourselves. Yes, even if it's not for ourselves. Hina hugged Noah's arm and smiled. That's because we, Fairy Tale, have always fought to protect our companions and family. Hearing this, Noah also smiled, squatted down, and dotingly patted Hina's head. He looked directly into Hina's eyes and said gently, I'm very happy that you can say that. If brother's happy, then I'm happy. Hina tilted her head and smiled sweetly like never before. Because everything I have already belongs to brother. Then, Hina moved her head forward and kissed Noah on the lips. Noah was stunned. Hina's pretty face was slightly red, but her expression was very happy. I finally gave my first kiss to brother. You have to take responsibility? You're so mischievous. Noah smiled bitterly. At this time, Noah heard a conversation around him. Did you see it? I saw it. Should we call the police? Let's call the police. After all, it's an underage girl. Noah suddenly couldn't stay calm. It wasn't until this moment that Noah remembered. He wasn't in a room, nor was he in a deserted place. He was in front of a university hospital on the road. Noah didn't even need to look to know that the people on the road were looking at him with contempt and indifference. Immediately, Noah hurriedly said, Okay, since we've confirmed what we should confirm, then let's fulfill our promise and go shopping while we still have time. Hina's eyes immediately sparkled, and she was eager to do something. Then let's hurry and go. Tina latched onto Noah's arm as she spoke and ran forward with an elated expression on her face. Looking at Tina's pretty face that was brimming with a smile, Noah, who had only casually uttered an excuse to leave in a moment of desperation, could not find a reason to go back on his words. With a helpless and bitter smile, he allowed Tina to pull him and run forward. Chapter 21:15. After that, Noah accompanied Tina to almost the entire commercial street. In the past, when Noah had first met Tina, he had also taken Tina out for a stroll. That time was probably the first time in Tina's life that she felt human warmth. However, at that time, Yinzhu and Xiashi also went. In the eyes of others, it was like a brother taking three sisters out to play. But this time, there was only Noah and Tina, and it seemed that Tina was even happier than the last time. As such, Tina had completely transformed into a little girl of her age today, and she had been running around with Noah all this time. When they came to a stall selling cold drinks, the little girl would go up and directly order an ice cream and eat it with Noah. When they came to a clothing store with beautiful dresses, the little girl would go in and try on one dress after another, making the shop assistant look at Tina with love in their eyes. One could imagine how cute she was. When they were in the amusement park, the little girl would happily grab Noah's hand and rush inside to play one game after another. In the end, she even sat on the Ferris wheel. On the Ferris wheel, when Noah was not paying attention, she put her small lips on his and gave him a wave of benefits. Even when they met a child who was lost, the little girl would go over and gently comfort the child, and then ask Noah for help. This made Noah not know whether to laugh or cry, and he could only run around again to find the child's mother. In the end, when it was almost evening, Tina seemed to have finally exhausted her energy, and she followed Noah back to the holy residence. I'm really happy today. Walking in the corridor of the holy residence, Tina held a doll that Noah gave her in her hand and smiled contentedly. I haven't been this happy in a long time. It's all thanks to Big Brother. As long as you're happy. Noah smiled slightly. However, I didn't expect Tina to become so playful. In Noah's memory, his impression of Tina was still from 3 years ago. At that time, due to the owl gene in her body, Tina gave off a completely different feeling during the day and at night. However, in general, in front of Noah, Tina had always been a very obedient and quiet little girl. However, after a day of fooling around, Tina had completely transformed into a mischievous young girl that matched her age. Noah was truly taken aback. Tina also seemed to feel a little embarrassed about this, because Big Brother will definitely be very busy in the future, so I have to take advantage of this time to satisfy myself. But are you okay? Noah asked. Although you once said in the past that even if you have the owl factor, you can still adjust to the time difference and move around during the day. But you were busy the whole night last night and didn't rest at all today. Is it okay? It's okay. Tina seemed to want to prove something and gave Noah a smile full of energy. Since reaching domain, the activity of the protozoan virus in my body has increased a lot, and the owl factor in me has also become much more active. Even if I don't rest during the day, I will automatically adjust to the best state at night, although I will be more tired the next day. Automatically adjust to the best state? It was like the night version of a God Slayer. However, when it comes to domain, what exactly is it? Noah raised such a question. Although I've heard before that among the police officers in the same profession, a portion of the super high-ranking initiators have reached this so-called domain realm, but when I was still in charge, our guild didn't have a single child who had reached domain. After all, in the past, Fairy Tail was just a civilian organization in the Tokyo area. Even if they recruited most of the outstanding police officers and most of the outstanding cursed children in the Tokyo area. Even so, there had never been a pair of police officers in the top 100 IP rankings in the guild. It was only after Tina joined that the situation improved. Of course, at that time, Fairy Tail naturally wouldn't have the initiator who had reached the domain level. Thus, Tina was the first initiator that Noah had ever seen who had reached the domain stage. Therefore, Noah could only be considered to have a partial understanding of the state of domain. Actually, it's not difficult to understand. Tina said, the so-called domain is a state that is reached after breaking through the growth limit point. Other than that, there are no other unknowns. Breaking through the growth limit point? Noah said thoughtfully. Just like how people break through their own limits? It's a bit similar, but the specific aspects are different. Tina organized her words and explained. Just like how humans have their own limits, the cursed children also have their own limits, but this limit depends on the protozoan virus in the body. From a human's point of view, it is the cursed child's own potential. Like Miss Yinju, in the past, she basically didn't train herself. She just kept using her ability, so her speed would continue to grow and become faster and faster. Tina looked at Noah. I used to be the same. As long as I kept using my ability, by the next night, I would find that my eyesight had increased, my sniping accuracy had increased, and my condition was getting better and better. Every night, I would become stronger than the previous night. That's really against the rules. Noah couldn't help but sigh. But there is a limit, right? Yes. Tina nodded. After continuous growth, one day, we will find that no matter how we use our ability or even train ourselves, we can't improve our strength. We can only turn to honing our skills. In the past, Yinju came to Noah for help because she suddenly couldn't improve her speed, but Noah couldn't do anything about it. He could only turn to teaching Yin Zhu combat skills to hone her combat skills and improve her skills to improve her own strength. It was from then on that Noah asked around and learned about the existence of the domain. No matter which cursed child it is, after their ability has developed to a certain extent, they will enter a period of stagnation. From then on, they will no longer be able to improve their ability. Miss Yanju and I both encounter this problem. In the words of a doctor, it is a bottleneck. Tina said to Noah, however, just like how humans don't know how to ride bicycles, but one day they suddenly know how to ride a bicycle. When the initiator is not satisfied with their own strength and carries out strict self-discipline and training, a portion of them will eventually break through their growth limit and enter a state of regaining growth. That is the domain. Once they enter this state, not only can they regain their growth, but their growth will also be much faster than before. Therefore, there is an unbridgeable gap in strength between those who have reached the domain and those who haven't. It is absolutely impossible for those who haven't reached the domain to defeat those who have reached the domain because of this reason. The first time I reached my growth limit was before I met my big brother. Perhaps it was even earlier than Miss Yanju, Tina said. Until 2 years ago, on a mission abroad, I met my younger sister who used to work under Professor and... Younger sister? Noah was stunned for a moment before he realized what she meant. You mean the cursed child who was transformed into a mechanical soldier by Ayn Rand like you? That's right, Tina said with some nostalgia. IP ranked 100th, Ashley Springer XX, nickname Giant Spiked Lizard. Ranked 98th in IP, Tina Sprout, nickname Black Wind. IP ranked 95th, Irene Spencer, nickname Meteorite Fall. IP ranked 88th, Faye Kermiller, nickname Black Belly. IP ranked 70th, Louise Selesny, nickname Demon Queen. Ranked 21st in the IP rankings, Rita Sosberry, nicknamed Hades. The 6 above are the people who Professor Ayn Rand bought from the black market under various names when she was still alive. She used mechanical surgery to create these people who have the ability of both cursed children and mechanical soldiers. Tina's voice became a little heavy. After Professor N passed away, all of my sisters also lost their jobs and shelter. Chapter 21:16. Among the police, there was a saying that was not well known, but it was often mentioned. The top 100 police officers in the IP ranking are all people who sold their souls to the devil. Because the police officers who could reach this ranking, whether they were the promoters or initiators, were not ordinary people. For example, among the promoters, some of them were mechanical soldiers. In the eyes of others, they were no longer human. For example, among the initiators, there were many who, like Tina, worked as assassins and took on many dirty jobs. Of course, Tina's sisters, who were all in the top 100 IP ranking, also had hands full of blood. Like Tina, those children were almost all weapons in Ayn Rand's hands. Usually, they only followed Ayn Rand's orders to complete various tasks. Whether it was humans or animals, they had killed countless of them. Following Ayn Rand's death and Tina's disappearance, the children had completely lost their pillar of support. In the end, the sisters could only accept the arrangement of the International Initiator Monitoring Organization and form police partners with unfamiliar promoters in order to survive. Walking in the corridor of the holy abode, Tina hugged the doll in her arms tightly and said in a low voice, "But in foreign countries, the cursed child suffered more discrimination and hatred than in Tokyo." The promoters of the sisters were all bastards. Not only did they not treat the sisters as humans, they even wanted to abuse them. Is that so? Noah was silent for a while before speaking. Then what happened? Then the sisters couldn't take it anymore and killed all the promoters. Tina's voice became a little sorrowful. Of course, the cursed child killed humans, so it naturally aroused the anger of all the adults who hated the cursed child. The government also issued a wanted order, so the sisters could only live a miserable life like street rats. In the end, they could only go to the black market and accept assassin jobs again to survive. After living like this for a year, The children encountered Tina, who went abroad for a mission. At that time, I received a mission to protect a foreign high-ranking official, and the sisters took on the job of assassinating the official. Tina seemed to be completely evoked by the memories and bit her lip. In the eyes of the sisters, I was undoubtedly a traitor after joining the guild. After a year of accumulated grievances and hatred, they turned their swords on me and even tried to kill me. As one of Ayn Rand's sisters, Tina must have built a good relationship with her sisters, right? Even though they weren't related by blood. Noah could easily imagine how terrible it must have been for Tina to attack her younger sisters. Furthermore, in Tina's heart, perhaps she really did think that she had betrayed her sisters. In fact, even Ayn Rand had died because of her, causing all of her sisters to have one foot in hell. That kind of guilt was enough to crush a 10-year-old girl. However, Tina didn't give up. Although it was very uncomfortable, I felt the warmth of home in Fairy Tale. I made many friends and companions here, and I even got to know my big brother. Tina's expression became somewhat resolute. So, I didn't want to die. Even if all of my sisters were on par with me, or even stronger than me, including Rita, who was ranked 21st in IP, I didn't want to give up on this life that was saved by my big brother. It was under that kind of resoluteness that Tina resisted. Facing 5 sisters who were on par with her, or even stronger than her, Tina gave it her all and started a battle. In the end, under her obsession, Tina found that her abilities that had been stagnant began to gradually improve during the battle, and the rate of improvement was getting faster and faster. In other words, during that battle, Tina successfully broke through the limits of her growth and reached the domain realm. Tina, whose abilities were rapidly improving, finally defeated her 5 sisters and successfully survived. That was my experience of reaching domain. Tina broke free from the memories of the past and smiled at Noah. From then on, my abilities grew again. Just like before, as long as I continued to use my abilities, they would continue to improve. Even now, it hasn't stopped. Perhaps, for Tina, that was not only a breakthrough in her growth limit, but also a breakthrough in her state of mind. Immediately after that, Tina grew rapidly all the way until now. She was ranked first in IP and had obtained the title of the strongest initiator. Noah was silent. After accidentally learning that Tina had such an experience, Noah felt a little regret in his heart. 3 years ago, in order to prevent innocent cursed children from being sent to the operating table by Ayn Rand and losing their lives in vain, Noah stepped into hell. At the same time, in order to save Tina, he resolutely instigated Chu Zhongshuan to assassinate Ayn Rand. In the end, Noah forgot that in Ayn Rand's hands, there might be children who had the same abilities as Tina, cursed children and mechanical soldiers. Unexpectedly, the decision at that time, while saving Tina and the children who were not killed, actually caused Tina's sisters to fall into such a situation. That was indeed Noah's mistake. If he had thought of this earlier, Noah would definitely have sent people to bring those children over, right? What happened after that? Noah could only suppress the slight regret in his heart and laughed bitterly. "How are your sisters?" Hearing this, Tina turned her head and looked at Noah with a pair of sapphire blue eyes. As if seeing Noah's regret in his heart, she smiled slightly. "Big brother, if you want to see my sisters, you can do so when you return to the guild." Return to the guild? Noah was slightly taken aback, but he quickly reacted. "You mean? It wasn't easy to meet my sisters. How could I let them go?" Tina said somewhat playfully. "That's why I brought my sisters back to the guild and forced them to join the guild as their elder sister. Right now, my sisters are the best initiators in our guild. Not only that, Rita, who used to be ranked 21st, is now one of the top 10 initiators in our guild. She's even stronger than Miss Yanju." "Is that so?" Noah's heart was finally at ease. He couldn't help but smile. "Then, when we return, let me meet your sisters. My sisters will be very happy," Tina said with a smile. Then, she seemed to have thought of something and began to mutter. "But, for me, it's just a little dangerous." "Dangerous?" Noah blinked. "Why?" "Nothing." For some reason, Tina suddenly became angry and quickened her pace. "Tina?" Noah could only follow along with a dumbstruck expression on his face. Tina was amused by Noah's question, but but at the same time, she sighed inwardly. Because I kept praising Big Brother in front of my sisters, it made them all yearn for Big Brother. Every one of them wants to be Big Brother's sister. How can I say something like that? Holy Residence, Guest Hall. When Noah and Tina returned, Elysian and Mugung seemed to still be discussing the international conference and the attack last night. Xiaxue followed beside Mugung like a shadow. Aster, Athena, Orpheus, and Lilith also followed beside Elysian and Mugung, loyally carrying out the tasks given to them by Noah. However, the four girls only stood silently at the side with a taciturn look. It was not until Noah appeared in the guest hall that the four girls reacted. He's back. He's back. He's back. Orpheus and Lilith immediately noticed Noah's return. One said expressionlessly, while the other said with a slightly excited tone, "Master." Aster turned to look at Noah. "It seems that we have gained something." Athena displayed her extraordinary wisdom. Her seductive snake eyes flashed as if she could see through everything about Noah. "President is back." Even Xiaxue began to speak, interrupting Elysian and Mugung's conversation. Only then did Sheng Tianzi and Mugung turn their gazes to Noah and smile. The difference was that Mugung's smile was a reassuring one. Elysian, on the other hand, gave Noah a gentle smile. Chapter 21:17. For a moment, Noah even saw a hint of Mira on the Holy Heavenly Child. That gentle smile was almost the same as Myra's. However, the Holy Heavenly Child's personality was quite similar to Myra's. Although she wasn't as sweet and gentle as Mira, the Holy Heavenly Child was also a gentle girl on the inside. It was just that she had a sense of resignation and purity. With that in mind, Noah returned a smile and exchanged a look with the Holy Heavenly Child. Perhaps Noah and the Holy Heavenly Child both thought that they were being very discreet. Unfortunately, the girls present were extremely sensitive in this regard. When Noah realized this, Tina and Xiaxue already had tense expressions on their faces. Even Athena was looking at Noah with a hint of a smile, making Noah feel a little guilty. "I say, President." Mugung rubbed his forehead as if he was having a headache. "I know you've already taken down our Holy Heavenly Child, but can you please wait until you're together in private before showing off your love? Show off our love?" The Holy Heavenly Child's face reddened as she panicked. "We wouldn't do that." "Really?" Mugung narrowed his eyes with an exasperated expression. "If I misunderstood, then I apologize. But Holy Heavenly Child, you don't seem to be convincing at all." The Holy Heavenly Child's face became redder and redder. She couldn't help but turn her head away, not daring to look Mugung in the eye. Little did she know that this reaction made it seem as if she was admitting to it. "All right." Mugung looked like he couldn't take it anymore. "Looks like he really has been taken down." Tina's expression became extremely tense as she spoke in a low voice. "As expected, the Holy Heavenly Child is the most dangerous one. I knew that the Holy Heavenly Child had some feelings for the president." Xiaxue sighed. Who would have thought that he would really be taken down as soon as he returned? While Mugung, Tina, and Xiaxue were expressing their thoughts, Orpheus and Lilith were still looking on with perplexed expressions. Taken down? Taken down? Taken down? For Lord Dragon God, who is ignorant of worldly affairs, perhaps the world of adults was too complicated. "Master." Aster even raised his head and stared at Noah. His mysterious purple eyes flickered with a pitiful color. "Have you already taken down the target of your protection?" The corner of Noah's mouth twitched under Aster's innocent gaze. He felt more and more guilty. "Isn't it good?" Athena's expression was indifferent. Since ancient times, heroes have always been loved by young girls. In this aspect, you are already a sufficient hero. Unfortunately, these words were not compliments to Noah at all. It was more like adding insult to injury. The Elysian Emperor's face turned redder and redder. She felt so ashamed that she wanted to run away. The rest of the girls cast their gazes at Noah. There was blame, scrutiny, doubt, and confusion in their gazes. This made Noah feel as if his head was about to explode. Didn't he just smile at her? Did they have to do this? Noah could only roll his eyes and forcefully change the topic. "Cut the crap." Did you guys find anything? Mugung and the others also rolled their eyes at Noah's direct change of topic. Only the Elysian Emperor quickly agreed with Noah. We have already collected the firearms and ammunition used by the terrorists last night. We sent them to the Sima family's company and asked them to help us analyze them. Although the person in charge is Unweaver, which makes me a little unhappy. Mugung said unhappily. But according to them, the analysis results will be out by this time tomorrow. I hope we can find something from the rifling. Rifling refers to the trace left behind by the bullet after it was fired. In the eyes of experts, this trace can give a lot of information, such as the performance of the gun and so on. It can even find out the factory location and the source of the gun and ammunition. Therefore, rifling is also known as the fingerprints of the gun and is often listed as a necessary investigation target in various large-scale cases. However, even murderers know to wear gloves when they commit a crime to prevent exposing their fingerprints. I don't think that a group of well-trained terrorists who even used mechanical soldiers and protozoa will leave any flaws in the rifling. In the end, we won't be able to find any rifling records, right? Noah said to the Elysian Emperor and Mugung in an affirmative tone. But the Sima family has now almost monopolized the entire weapons business in Tokyo. The guns and ammunition that appear in Tokyo, unless they are smuggled in, will definitely be found out where they were made. If those guns and ammunition were made in Tokyo, it proves that the terrorists are likely to have their own underground arsenal. The Elysian Emperor's tone was a little solemn. Even if it is for the residents of Tokyo, they must be found. I will leave this to you. Noah shrugged. I just think that before we find out, you should be attacked again. Us. The Elysian Emperor and Mugung suddenly cast a speechless look at Noah. Noah was stunned and asked curiously, "Why are you looking at me like that?" The Elysian Emperor and Miss Mugung want to tell the president, "Please don't forget yourself." Xiaoshi interrupted. "Please don't forget, now you are the terrorist's primary target." Hearing that, Noah finally understood what they were trying to say. The terrorists attacked Mugung because Mugung was the acting president of Fairy Tale, the leader of a force that now had the ability to compete for world domination. The Elysian Emperor was attacked because he was the only head of state that stood in the position of an ally of Fairyland. Now that Noah was back, the terrorist target naturally turned to the master who would decide whether Fairyland would become the world's overlord. Noah had been paying attention to the safety of Mugung and the Elysian Emperor, but he forgot. Now, he was the terrorist's primary target. I really forgot about it. Noah could not help but laugh. But if they're only targeting me, then that's great. After all, Noah had to pay attention to the terrorists because he needed to take care of the people around him. If it was only his problem, then, for Noah, it was really easy to solve. Not to mention, the little girls around Noah would not let the terrorists do whatever they wanted. No matter who they are, as long as I am with Master, then we will not lose. Aster said expressionlessly, I am Master's sword, so I will protect Master. Protect Noah. Orpheus' young face also had a layer of seriousness. Protect Noah, protect Noah. Lilith even got into her stance. Her small fist swung forward a few times, creating a heavy, sonic boom. The terrifying power that seemed to be able to directly shatter space made the Elysian Emperor, Mugung, and Xiaoshi tremble in fear. Only Athena turned her head away in boredom. This was because she knew that in this world, no one would be able to threaten Noah, no matter how big of an accident it was. Otherwise, Noah wouldn't have asked them to protect the people around them. Of course, I will also protect Big Brother. Tina hugged the doll and smiled at Noah. After all, I'm the one who started Big Brother. Then I really have to thank you. Noah smiled at the group of little girls and touched them one by one. Of course, he touched their heads, and those who had other thoughts were all facing the wall. Elysian Emperor could not help but laugh when he saw the scene of Noah mingling with the girls. Xiaoshi's eyes had a hint of envy. As for Mugung, before he could say anything, he received a call. Mugung took out his phone and placed it on his ear. The next second, his eyes lit up and he suddenly smiled. What's wrong? Noah saw this scene clearly and asked curiously, did something good happen? It should be considered good, right? Mugging hung up the phone and said to Noah with a face full of smiles, "A certain police officer with a strong sense of justice is back, and he is already in the Tokyo area." Noah raised his eyebrows at once and then smiled. Chapter 21:18. Tokyo Area Airport. In the crowded airport lobby, Noah and Hina walked in from the direction of the main entrance. They followed the signs and arrived at the arrival area. It didn't take much effort for Noah to discover a pair of rather conspicuous partners among the people who had arrived at the airport. Of course, it was a police officer pair. The initiator was a young man in his 20s wearing a uniform suit. The initiator was a young girl who was about 13 or 14 years old. She had 2 ponytails and was wearing a fancy dress, a jacket, and a pair of high boots. The police officer pair was squeezed in the crowd and quarreled for some reason. "I say, Rintaro, is the president really back?" "I say, Yinju, you've asked this question no less than 10 times. I've also answered you no less than 10 times. At least, that's what I said on the phone. But didn't you say the president would come and pick us up? I haven't seen her yet. I just called Miss Muggin 20 minutes ago. How could she be here so soon? Could it be that you, this muddle-headed fool, got the time wrong? You're the only one who would get the time wrong, not me. Rintaro, you're so annoying. No wonder Mugung doesn't care about you. Even her childhood friend doesn't like you. I think you can only be single for the rest of your life. So noisy. It's not your turn to criticize me, you underage brat." Seeing the clown pair quarreling among themselves and scaring away the pedestrians around them, Noah and Hina looked at each other. Then, they couldn't help but laugh at the same time. Just as Hina opened her mouth and was about to call for help, Noah pressed on Hina's shoulder. He looked at the initiator, who was quarreling with the initiator, and slowly raised the corners of his mouth. In the next second, Noah's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. At the same time, the 2 police officers who were quarreling had a serious expression on their faces. Both of them sensed it. A presence was approaching them at an extremely fast speed. Immediately, a figure suddenly appeared behind the young man and suddenly reached out his hand. "Rintaro!" Yinju exclaimed. However, before Yinju could speak, Rintaro had already made his move. Slap! With a crisp sound, Rintaro raised his left hand and grabbed the hand that was reaching for his right shoulder. However, that hand suddenly trembled and easily broke free from Ryutaru's capture. Clenching it into a fist, it abruptly punched out. "Who?" The fist whistled through the air and instantly closed in on Ryutaru. A gust of wind blew against Ryutaru's face, causing his pupils to shrink. This was an expert. Ryutaru instantly made this judgment. At the same time, Rintaro's body suddenly tilted to the side, causing the punch that carried a strong gust of wind to land on empty air. Heavenly Child Battle Technique Form 2, Level 16. Just as Noah's fist brushed past Ryutaru's shoulder and missed, Ryutaru pressed one hand against the ground and spun his body. Hidden Zen, Black Wind. The swift and fierce roundhouse kick was as sharp as a blade. With a piercing sound, it kicked toward Noah's missing arm. If this roundhouse kick had really landed, then even a well-trained police officer would be paralyzed for an entire day and would not be able to exert any strength again if one of his arms was not broken. Unfortunately, almost at the same time, Noah suddenly turned his fist into a palm, and with a backhand chop, he collided heavily with Rintaro's ferocious kick. Bang! A low sound of collision rang out. A strong wind blew. The powerful force caused Rintaro's entire body to tumble a few times, and he continued to tumble out. At this time, Ryutaru was finally shocked. Although he did not release his prosthetic arm, without using the ability of the mechanical soldiers, Ryutaru had already used all his combat power. Compared to Ryutaru 3 years ago, who would have been trash if he did not release his prosthetic arm, Ryutaru's skills had improved a lot after 3 years. Compared to himself 3 years ago, when he released his prosthetic arm, Ryutaru was almost on par with him. In the end, not only did he not gain any advantage in one move, but he was also suppressed. While Ryutaru was still in shock, and before he could stabilize his body and mind, Noah had already dashed out. In a flash, he appeared in front of Ryutaru. His punches and kicks were like a storm as he unleashed an extremely violent attack. Ryotaru's heart tightened. He could not care less. With a leap, he got into a fighting stance and faced Noah's fierce attack. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst the continuous sounds of punches and kicks colliding, two figures, one in front and one behind, one advancing and one retreating, one attacking and one defending, began a fierce battle in the entire airport's lobby. What? Is this a brawl? Idiot. If a brawl like this is normal, then the police don't deserve to live. Is that a fight between police officers? Hurry up and run. The entire airport was suddenly in a mess. The people around all fled in panic, hating that they were not born with a pair of legs. It was no wonder that the general public was so panicked. In the police force, some of them were outlaws, and they were allowed to carry weapons and guns. In the eyes of the general public, they were just a bunch of vicious criminals. Even though most of the world's police officers had joined Fairy Tail and become members of Fairyland, which improved the quality of the police officers, Fairy Tail did not accept just anyone. Those who were obviously disobedient and did not care about the life and death of the initiator would all be rejected and even taught a harsh lesson. Only the cursed child, who was the initiator, would be accepted unconditionally. As a result, without the initiator, many of the initiators who did not pass the test could not become police officers. They could only complain to the International Initiator Supervision Agency. However, the current Fairy Tail had already formed a country of its own, and it was very powerful. If the International Initiator Supervision Agency were to intervene, it would only turn into an international problem, and they would not be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, the International Initiator Supervision Agency today was not as influential as it was 3 years ago. At least, they could not interfere with Fairy Tail. As a result, the initiators who lost the initiator would naturally hold a grudge and would often find fault with Fairy Tail's police officers, which would turn to conflicts. From the perspective of outsiders, there was now a bad police officer looking for fault with a kind police officer, which led to a conflict. Naturally, they would run as far as they could to avoid using their guns and getting hit by stray bullets. If that happened, they would not even have a place to cry. In such a chaotic situation, Yinzhu finally reacted. Rentaro. The moment the call was heard, Yinzhu turned into a phantom. Whoosh! Her petite figure carried with it an astonishing speed, like a meteor streaking through the air. Just like that, Yinzhu rushed out. Her eyes turned scarlet as she violently shot toward Noah and Rentaro, who were fighting with their fists and feet. Immediately after, the shockingly fast Yinzhu flashed out from behind Rentaro. She flew up and kicked out like a flash of light. Whether it was her movement speed or her attack speed, they were both astonishingly fast. No, Rentaro's expression changed. Perhaps it was because of the suddenness of the situation, but Yinzhu's kick was already serious. If this kick landed, it would not be as simple as a serious injury. It might even kill him. Just as Rotaru's expression abruptly changed, another petite figure suddenly appeared. Just like Yinzhu, she darted out from behind Noah. She raised her scarlet eyes and raised her arms. Boom! Yinzhu's heavy kick landed heavily on the slender arms that were crossed, causing a muffled explosion. It caused a circle of strong wind to expand, like a whirlwind that swept towards the surroundings. That won't do. In the next instant, the young girl who blocked Yinzhu's kick smiled faintly. Even if you're Miss Yinzhu, I won't allow you to hurt my brother. Hearing this, Yinzhu, who hadn't yet retracted her kick, faltered slightly. Then, she finally got a good look at the person who had just arrived. Hina? Rentaro was also stunned. Then he saw Noah standing behind Hina, who was looking at him with a hint of a smile on his face. The shock on his face quickly turned into joy. Noah. Chapter 2119. At this moment, Yinzhu finally noticed the identity of the person who had attacked Rentaro. Her scarlet eyes first regained their original color. Then she became agitated. Guild Master, I missed you so much. In the next second, Yinzhu cheered and threw herself at Noah. Noah instinctively opened his arms and caught Yinzhu in his embrace. The smile on his face did not falter as he rubbed Yinju's little head and laughed out loud. Long time no see, Yinju. You've grown up and much stronger than before. As he said this, Noah raised his head and looked at Rintaro with a smile. You too, Rintaro. It's been 3 years, and you've become a different person. After all, in order to not be left behind by Miss Mugung, Hina, and the other newbies in the guild, I've been working so hard to get here. Rintaro stepped forward and thumped Noah's chest. You, on the other hand, have disappeared for 3 years, and now you're setting me up the moment you return. Don't you think about how much effort I've put in for your guild? That was the truth. When they first turned to the establishment of Fairyland, which was also the development plan Noah had set before he left, Rintaro had begun his mission with Yinju as the leader of the tour group that Fairy Tale sent to various parts of the world in order to bring the cursed children from all over the world to Fairy Tale. Over the past 3 years, Rintaro and Yinju had been traveling all over the world, repeating the task of secretly sending the cursed children from all over the world to Fairyland. The hardships they encountered during that period were not something that could be easily dealt with. Leaving aside the difficulty of moving the cursed children around the world, just moving all of them to Fairyland was a problem in and of itself. After all, unlike in the past when one could travel between countries by taking a plane, in today's era, the threat of protozoa was almost everywhere. Even if there were still flights, they had to be equipped with police and guards. Otherwise, they could only wait to be eaten by protozoa. Naturally, the mass transfer of the cursed children could not be carried out openly. Therefore, the entire transfer process, from the preparation of transportation to the deployment of guards, had to be handled by Fairy Tale. In light of this, it was easy to imagine how much effort and hardship Rintaro had put in as the leader of the tour group for the past 3 years. Especially a year ago, when the various countries around the world finally noticed the mass exodus of the cursed children and started to control the outflow of the cursed children, the tour group, led by Rintaro, had to face difficulties and obstructions from various countries. Sometimes, they even had to fight with high-ranking police officers. This kind of life could be said to be like going from the water to the fire. He didn't know how many Azura battlefields he had experienced. Thus, in Fairy Tale, the most hardworking ones were Mugung, Hina, and Xiashur, while the most hardworking ones were Rintaro and Yinju. I know you were a great contributor. Noah shrugged. However, thanks to this, you were able to grow rapidly and rise all the way to the top 10 of the IP ranking, right? If it wasn't for the many dangers and experiences he had experienced, how could Rintaro's strength increase so quickly? Even if he didn't use the ability of the mechanical soldiers, he would still be able to compete with his full strength 3 years ago. Yinju's strength increased so quickly because of this, right? Noah patted Yinju's head. Could it be that you have also reached domain? Hee. Yinju didn't answer. She only made a V gesture to Noah, but it was more useful than any answer. However, it was not difficult to guess that Yinju had reached domain. After all, before Noah left, Yinju had already reached her growth limit. Her speed could no longer increase, and her ability could no longer be improved. But just now, Yinju's speed had reached an astonishing level. It was much faster than when Noah left 3 years ago. Since she had already reached her growth limit, it was reasonable to say that she could no longer grow. However, Yinju's speed had greatly increased. Wasn't this the proof that she had broken through her growth limit and reached domain? Hina reached domain 2 years ago, and I reached domain 1 year ago. Yinju said proudly with her hands on her waist. If it wasn't like this, how could Rintaro have reached the top 10 of the IP ranking by himself? Although it's infuriating, without Yinju, I wouldn't have been able to squeeze into the top 10. Rintaro scratched his head and sighed. Every time this happens, I have to admire Miss Mugung. It's really depressing. Rintaro and Yinju's IP ranking was 7th. Mugung and Xiashur's IP ranking was 3rd. Undoubtedly, not only did Xiashur not reach the domain realm, his combat ability was also not very strong. However, Mugung was still able to reach the top 3 in the IP ranking. It was no wonder that Rintaro was so impressed. Of course, although Xiashur's combat ability was not outstanding, He was very smart and could assist Mugung in various situations. For Mugung to reach this ranking, Xiaoshi's contribution could not be ignored. Oh, right. Yanzhu looked around. Mugung and Xiaoshi didn't come? As pillars of the guild, those two are now public figures from head to toe. In the eyes of others, they could even be considered as the head of state and assistant of Fairyland, which is different from us, Tina said. If we let Miss Mugung and Xiaoshi come to the airport, it will definitely cause a big commotion. Moreover, Miss Mugung is currently a terrorist target, right? Rintaro's expression became serious. Then all the more reason to not come to this kind of public place. It's too dangerous. Speaking of which, why did you suddenly come back? Noah asked. Weren't we still continuing the tour group mission in another country? It's all because of Mugung, Yanzhu said loudly. Rintaro said that the countries all over the world proposed a meeting with our guild. They definitely have bad intentions. That's why we rushed back. Although Miss Mugung is very strong and would definitely bring Hina along just in case, I still don't think it's very safe. Rintaro nodded. This time, the countries all over the world are obviously targeting our guild. It's hard to guarantee that they won't play some tricks in the dark. If that's the case, we won't be able to wait patiently outside. That's why we came back. Yanzhu giggled. And we also heard from the guild that the guild leader is back. That's great. In short, you guys being able to rush over is a great help. Noah looked at Rintaro and Yanzhu and smiled mockingly. With the famous tank and Tornado, who are ranked 7th in the IP ranking as guards, how reliable. Hearing this, Yanzhu smiled proudly. Rintaro also smiled, but it was a bitter smile. This sentence, coming from the hermit who is ranked 1st in the IP ranking, isn't convincing at all. In Fairy Tail, Rintaro and Yanzhu were ranked 5th in the IP ranking. Of the top 10 strongest police partners in the IP ranking, 7 of them were in the guild. These 7 pairs of police officers were ranked 1st, 3rd, 4th, 6th, 7th, 9th, and 10th in the IP rankings. Therefore, in the guild, Rintaro and Yanzhu were ranked 5th in the guild. Of course, the IP ranking set up by the International Association of Pioneers wasn't based on the strength of each police partner. Instead, it was based on the achievements of each partner. Even if this ranking was equivalent to a strong or weak partner. That was why, in Rintaro's opinion, there were only 2 people in the guild that he couldn't defeat no matter what he did. One was Mugung. The other was Noah. Even after 3 years, Rintaro still didn't know how much Noah's strength had improved. However, Rintaro still didn't have the confidence to defeat Noah. Therefore, whether it was from the IP ranking or from the actual situation, Rintaro felt that he wasn't as reliable as Noah. I just hope that I can help a little bit with the guards. This was Rintaro's thought. In this regard, Noah naturally nodded. Then let's go first. Rintaro and Yanzhu both nodded. Chapter 2120. In other people's eyes, the return of Rintaro and Yanzhu might have made Muging's safety more secure and made the terrorist attack more suspenseful. However, in Noah's eyes, there was not much of a difference. Although it was a little inappropriate to say this, Noah had arranged for Orpheus and Lilith to be Muging's guards. Others might not know how powerful the 2 little girls were, but how could Noah not know? Even in the demon high school, where gods and demon kings were everywhere, Orpheus and Lilith were among the strongest dragon gods. In the Dark Bullet world, Orpheus and Lilith were truly invincible, and it was impossible for them to find an opponent. Even Noah, without using another cosmology, could only match up to one of Orpheus and Lilith at full strength. It was still unknown whether he could defeat them. With Orpheus and Lilith as his guards, there was absolutely no problem for Mugung. Of course, these 2 dragon gods were too naive, and no one knew if they would suddenly be deceived, leading to some mistakes. Therefore, it was undoubtedly a good thing to have Rintaro and Yanzhu accompanying him. As for the Holy Son of Heaven's side, although Aster and Athena's strength was far inferior to Orpheus and Lilith, they were more secure in terms of safety. No matter what, Athena was once the goddess of wisdom. In terms of strategy, Athena was truly the strongest in the world, right? Therefore, compared to Muging's side, The Holy Son of Heaven's guards were weaker, but they had no flaws. Even if they were not as good as Orpheus and Lilith, Aster and Athena were still not ordinary. As long as Noah did not interrupt the supply of divine power, Aster and Athena would be able to display power comparable to that of a god. That level of power was also invincible in this world. Since they were all invincible, it did not matter if there was a difference in combat power, since they were all allies. Under such circumstances, in the next 2 days, Magung and the Holy Son of Heaven were still preparing for the international conference. Noah, on the other hand, pushed all the preparations to Magung, and even pushed Tina, who was the initiator, to be the Holy Son of Heaven's guard. He himself wandered around the streets every day, and his idleness made people speechless. At least, some people hated this to the core. In a dim war room, bodyguard Varun, who was covered in a black robe and only had his hood removed to reveal a mechanical head, looked at Noah, who was wandering around on the surveillance screen, playing on one street after another. He clenched his fists tightly. Bang! At a certain moment, the bodyguard finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He smashed the instrument next to him with a punch and roared out loud. Why? Why won't he let me go out and kill that bastard? Isn't this a great opportunity? From a monitor, it was very clear that Noah did not bring any guards with him at all. For the past 2 days, he had been loafing around alone, wandering around. Just like what the bodyguard said, if they wanted to assassinate Noah, this was definitely a great opportunity. However, this great opportunity had started 2 days ago, and it had not been interrupted for the past 2 days. What did this mean? Did it mean that Noah's sense of danger was so low that he did not even realize the situation he was in? Of course not. This guy, he's looking down on us. The bodyguard was furious. He's obviously telling us that even if he doesn't bring any guards with him, we can't do anything to him. Isn't that right? The bodyguard's furious roar echoed throughout the war room. In this war room, other than the bodyguard, there were 3 other people. One was Li Qingyin. This mechanical soldier who killed without blinking was now leaning against the wall at the side, looking at the surveillance screen, thinking about something. The other was Leech Benet Jr., this cursed child who also killed without blinking, was hugging his sword and hiding in the corner. His pair of eyes maintained the scarlet color of his ability fully activated, and he was mumbling, "Tina, Tina, Tina." It was quite clear that Benet the Leech was still brooding over his loss to Tina the last time. After all, the opponent was a sniper with godly skills who was not good at close combat, and he, who had the Mantis factor, could be said to be invincible in close combat. In the end, he lost to a sniper in close combat, and it was a clean loss. One could imagine how Benet the Leech was feeling. As for the third person, he was like the bodyguard, covered in a black robe, and even his face was hidden under the hood. The black-robed person's body, from the appearance, could only be vaguely seen from the face that it was a male. However, this black-robed person was sitting in front of the surveillance screen, looking at Noah, who was strolling back and forth on the street, holding a barbecue skewer in one hand and a cold drink in the other, very happily strolling around the street. One of his hands was constantly knocking on the table. Looking carefully on the wrist of the hand that the black-robed person was knocking on the table, there was a tattoo. A pentagram tattoo decorated with feathers. Without a doubt, that was the proof of a member of the Five Xiong Association. However, different from the terrorist leader who launched the attack a few nights ago, the tattoo on the wrist of this black-robed person was not decorated with 2 feathers, but 5 feathers. That was the proof of a top operative of the Five Xiong Association. This black-robed person was one of the top operatives of the Five Xiong Association. Looking at this top operative of the Five Xiong Association, the bodyguard couldn't help but shout, "Sir, don't tell me you're just going to watch that bastard arrogantly walk around in front of our eyes." Hearing this, the black-robed person who was called Sir by the bodyguard raised his head. The corner of his mouth carried a trace of sarcasm. "He is indeed very arrogant," Sir said indifferently. "He didn't bring any guards, and he didn't have a trace of defense. As our target, he is walking around in the street at this critical moment. This is either like what you said, he doesn't see us as a threat, or he is purposely leading us out. There's no third possibility. Maybe it's both. Li Qingyin laughed in a low voice. Sir, aren't you worried about falling into that man's trap, so you can't make up your mind to assassinate him? Trap, the bodyguard said disdainfully. Isn't it just a monster leader? What kind of trap can he play? Hearing the bodyguard's words, Li Qingyin didn't say anything, but he didn't even want to look at the bodyguard. Li Qingyin really felt that the bodyguard was laughable. Undoubtedly, he had fallen into someone else's hands, and even lost his life. In the end, he still maintained this high and mighty attitude. It was really stupid. Li Qingyin didn't even understand why Professor Grindelwald would save such a useless guy, and even give him the ability to create mechanical soldiers. If it wasn't for the fact that this guy still had some use, Li Qingyin would have definitely killed him without any mercy. On the other hand, Sir didn't seem to care about the bodyguard's stupidity at all. His tone was still calm. I didn't assassinate him not only because I was worried about falling into his trap, but also because I was waiting for everything to be ready. Oh, Li Qingyin was interested. You're finally going to be serious? That's right. Sir smiled coldly. When everything is ready, we'll tell them that the attack a few days ago was just a game. We'll tell them what the true strength of the Five Xiong Association is. We'll let this so-called fairy tale have a good look. As he said this, he turned his head and looked at Li Qingyin and Zhuoren Baowei. You two follow the plan. Don't make any mistakes. If anyone dares to act without permission, I don't need to tell you what will happen, right? This sentence didn't cause any reaction from Li Qingyin. He only laughed a few times in disdain. The bodyguard's body trembled, and there was some unwillingness in his eyes. If it wasn't for Sir's warning, the bodyguard wouldn't have been able to resist looking for Noah, right? Now, the bodyguard could only give up on this idea. As for Li Qingyin, to him, as long as he could fulfill his wish, it didn't matter. What wish? To destroy the world. I can smell the scent of war. How delightful. Chapter 21:21. He didn't come out? On the street leading to the holy residence, Noah was still nibbling on barbecued meat skewers and drinking cold drinks like a loafer. However, he was muttering to himself in a voice that no one else could hear. Well, I was just trying to see if I could lure out Zhuoren, that useless idiot. It seems that there should be someone by that idiot's side who can restrain him. It had to be said that after returning to this world, Noah's thinking ability that had grown from all kinds of conspiracies and machinations that he had trained here was fully operational. Just like what Li Qingyin had said, Noah was wandering the streets leisurely for two reasons. Firstly, he wanted to see if he could lure out the rats that were scurrying in the dark. Secondly, he didn't think that he would encounter any danger even if he was alone. In any case, Wood and Xiashi were preparing for the international conference. In terms of safety, Aster, Athena, Orpheus, and Lilith were there to ensure their safety. Noah could totally be a hands-off boss and do other things. Of course, Noah didn't think that such an obvious temptation, a mysterious organization with the goal of dominating the world, would be fooled. Otherwise, the other party was just a small character that wasn't worth mentioning. It wasn't worth Noah's effort. The reason why he carried out such a temptation with such an idea was just to hang Zhuoren, that useless idiot. Even if the Wuxiang Association did have some ability, Noah didn't think that it would change anything for the idiot Zhuoren. If the other party was really spying on him in the dark, then Noah's arrogant stroll on the street, Zhuoren would definitely run out with blood rushing to his head. And since that idiot didn't run out, it proved that there was indeed a big character by his side who was restraining him. Could it be the top operatives of the Wuxiang Association ? Noah took a bite of the skewer, but his face had a confident smile that made the hearts of several female high school students palpitate. It would be good if it was, because in this way, Noah could be sure that the leader of the mysterious organization that planned to go against the fairy tale was in the Tokyo area. Since you're here, don't leave. Muttering to himself, Noah leisurely finished the kebab in his hand and drank the cold drink. He clapped his hands and walked in the direction of the holy residence. Tomorrow, the international conference would resume. Since the bodyguard didn't jump out, he probably wouldn't be fooled again. There was no point in continuing to wander around here. Thus, Noah did not linger on the street any longer and went straight back to the holy residence. The attack a few days ago had raised the security of the holy residence to a whole new level. There were guards patrolling and standing guard everywhere. The guards obviously knew Noah. When Noah came over, they didn't check or interrogate him. They acted as if they didn't see him and let him pass. The Elysian sun had already given the order that Noah could move freely in the Elysian abode. Therefore, Noah skipped all the inspection steps and went straight to the Elysian prince's room. Then Noah saw it. Outside the Elysian prince's room, Aster and Athena were standing guard. Seeing this, Noah was a little surprised and curious as he walked over. "Master!" Aster noticed Noah and immediately looked over with her purple eyes. "You're here." Athena also looked over and seemed a little bored. The scene of two expressionless young girls standing guard in front of the door really gave people a kind of feeling that they couldn't help but laugh. "I didn't expect you to be standing guard outside the room." Noah found it funny as he walked up. "I thought you guys would be following the target of your protection." "I'm carrying out the task Master gave me," Aster immediately clarified. "But this sword spirit won't let me in." "Oh." Noah blinked and looked at Athena. "Why? There should be a limit to personal guards." Athena glanced at Noah. "Even if I followed this sword spirit in, it would only cause the target to feel repulsed, right? That couldn't be said to be wrong. No matter what, even if it was a 24-hour personal guard, if they followed the target closely even when they were sleeping or going to the toilet, it would only cause the target to be unable to breathe. The loss outweighed the gain." Athena's consideration was indeed very comprehensive. She even thought of this point. However, Athena obviously didn't have any self-awareness. Although this goddess of wisdom was smart, she didn't think that for a young girl, if there were two cute little girls following her all the time, even if they slept on the same bed, she wouldn't feel repulsed at all, right? However, no matter what, the Elysian prince was the ruler of a country. If outsiders knew that the Elysian prince had to hug his guards to sleep before he could fall asleep, it would be too outrageous. Therefore, it wasn't a bad choice for Aster and Athena to stand guard outside the door. However, Noah, who had never seen the two girls like this, couldn't help but laugh. This made Athena frown slightly. She stared at Noah with her coquettish snake eyes and said, "I feel like you're thinking about something very rude. Although it's just my intuition, a god's intuition shouldn't be wrong." "Something rude?" Aster looked at Noah with pure and innocent eyes and said, "Master, are you thinking about H? You're still the same as before. Undoubtedly, you don't know anything, but you always say shocking things." Noah was speechless. "Forget it. You two continue to stand guard." With that, Noah pushed open the door and walked in under Aster's confused and displeased gaze. "Gotcha." Following the soft sound of the door closing, a quiet room appeared in front of Noah. The person Noah was looking for was naturally in this room. However, the other party didn't notice Noah's arrival. In front of the desk, Elysian Emperor was sitting with his back facing the door. He had a pen in his hand and was writing something very seriously. Seeing this, Noah deliberately slowed down his footsteps and walked behind Elysian Emperor. Only then did he realize that Elysian Emperor was not doing anything else but arranging the procedures for tomorrow's international conference. Seeing Elysian Emperor repeatedly writing down the procedures of the conference, Noah couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. "Ah!" The Elysian son was startled. He turned his head and saw Noah. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise and joy, "Why are you here?" Now, the sky was almost dark. Noah didn't live in the celestial abode. Although they were allies, the holy abode, as the residence of the ruler of the Tokyo area, had become a symbolic residence, just like the presidential palace. If Fairy Tale directly moved in and spread any rumors, it would not be good for the holy abode. Therefore, Noah, Mugung, Hina, Xiashur, Yinju, and Rintaro all lived in the International Hotel, not in the celestial abode. In the past 2 days, in order to prepare for the international conference, Elysian Emperor was almost busy, and Noah was strolling on the street to see if he could provoke the bodyguard. Naturally, it didn't meet. Looking at Elysian Emperor's happy and surprised expression, Noah somewhat playfully smiled. "What? Could it be that I can't come? Then I'll go. With that said, Noah really turned around and prepared to walk in the direction of the door. Elysian Emperor was anxious. Immediately, Elysian Emperor quickly stood up and grabbed Noah's clothes. The corner of Noah's mouth lifted slightly, turned his head, and looked at Elysian Emperor. Under Noah's gaze, Elysian Emperor lowered his head shyly and said softly, "I'm very happy that you can come." This sentence, if it wasn't for Noah's enhanced hearing, he might not have heard it. So Noah smiled. Okay, I'm just teasing you." Noah laughed and pinched Elysian Emperor's little nose, then sat down on Elysian Emperor's seat, took the girl's hand, and directly pulled. Up. Elysian Emperor let out a little exclamation, and then her body was pulled into Noah's arms and directly sat on his lap. Only lovers were allowed to be close to each other, making Elysian Emperor, who had never been so close to any opposite sex, blushed. Of course, Elysian Emperor didn't know that when she, who was originally as holy as a goddess, acted like a young girl, it was even more attractive. Chapter 21-22. Looking at the holy ruler of the Tokyo region, showing a shy expression, Noah's heart was hot. He wanted to hold back, but he reacted. Why should I hold back? I don't hold back for others. Why should I hold back for a lover who has already confirmed their relationship? With this in mind, Noah simply kissed the delicate face of the girl in his arms. Up! Shangzi suddenly exclaimed again, and the shyness in her eyes turned into shame and anger. She glared at Noah with a red face and protested aloud. I'm working. Yes. I know that our Lord Shangzi loves work the most. Noah smiled indifferently, picked up the meeting process that had been simulated several times on the table, and sighed. However, our Lord Shangzi doesn't seem to know that her work is completely redundant. No matter how much memorization is required, there is no need to simulate the meeting process so many times, right? Although the meeting was proposed by the countries of the world, since the location was chosen in the Tokyo region, the process of the meeting naturally had to be drawn up by the ruler of the Tokyo region. However, the process of the meeting simulated by Shangzi was already so detailed that it couldn't be more detailed, but this girl had been simulating it over and over again. It was really a bit clumsy. No matter what, even if the location is chosen in the Tokyo region, the meeting is still proposed by the countries of the world. No matter how detailed your simulation is, if you don't get to the point, then it's just useless work. Noah raised the draft in his hand and said to Shangzi, "This time, the countries of the world are obviously here for the fairy tale, but you didn't mention a single word about this during the entire meeting. Do you think the countries of the world will continue to follow your ideas?" Hearing this, the blush on Shangzi's pretty face slowly faded, and she sighed consciously. I also know that this is just useless work, but if possible, I really don't want to see the only remaining human countries in the world still fighting for the so-called hegemony at this juncture. Compared with before the emergence of gastronomes, today's human beings could almost be said to be struggling at death's door. Even the tiny island nation of Japan had lost most of its land due to the threat of the protozoa. The remaining humans were divided into 5 regions and survived by relying on the giant stone tablet. It was not hard to imagine that the other large countries would suffer even greater disasters. Under such circumstances, humans should work hand in hand to deal with the protozoa that threatened the survival of the entire human race. However, humans had completely failed to grasp the instinct that even protogut animals would not kill each other. Even in this situation, they were still fighting against each other. This made the Holy Son of Heaven feel sad. You're just too kind. Noah naturally knew what kind of person his little girlfriend was. His tone couldn't help but soften. However, it's not a good thing to be too soft-hearted. Sometimes, you have to be decisive when it's time to be decisive. You're the ruler of the Tokyo region. You should understand this, right? I know what you want to say. The Elysian prince fell silent for a moment before looking at Noah. I'm just worried that the worst will happen tomorrow. Under the gaze of the Elysian Son of Heaven, Noah also fell silent. After a while, Noah spoke faintly. Are you referring to the war? The Elysian Son of Heaven nodded solemnly. The reason why all the countries in the world targeted Fairy Tale was because Fairy Tale had taken in the cursed children of all the countries in the world and obtained an extremely powerful strength. It even had the ability to compete for the hegemony of the world and threaten all the countries. In this case, at tomorrow's international conference, it was already obvious which aspect the countries around the world would target. In order to weaken the power of Fairy Tale and to take back the weapons that used to belong to their countries, the countries around the world will definitely raise the issue of the cursed children's whereabouts. The Elysian Son of Heaven said worriedly, as the main culprit behind the illegal abduction of citizens from various countries. Every country in the world would definitely condemn your guild with righteous words tomorrow and demand the return of their cursed children. It would not be impossible for them to demand compensation from Fairyland. This was the so-called politics. Even if Fairy Tale took in children from all over the world for the sake of the cursed children's future, taking away the people of a country without permission was indeed a violation of a law. No matter how much the countries around the world hated the cursed children, they could still use this as an excuse and stand on the side of justice. Just like what the Elysian Son of Heaven said, they would condemn Fairy Tale and demand compensation. And if Fairy Tale doesn't accept, the countries around the world will definitely use the excuse of seeking justice as an excuse to declare war on Fairyland. The Elysian Son of Heaven looked straight at Noah. When that time comes, what will you do? What would Noah do? Under the Elysian Son of Heaven's gaze that seemed to want to see through his heart, Noah spoke indifferently. Don't you already know the answer? Hearing this, the Elysian Son of Heaven could not help but show a worried expression. That's right. The Elysian Son of Heaven already knew the answer, because just 3 years ago, Noah made a choice. On one side, it was the hopeless humans. On the other side, it was the innocent children. Which side would he stand on? Based on the Elysian Son of Heaven's understanding of his sweetheart, no matter how he thought about it, there was only one answer. And this answer was not only the answer that Noah would give, but also the answer that everyone in Fairyland would give. We, Fairy Tale, will only fight for our family and companions, Noah said without hesitation. If someone wants to harm our family and companions, then the entire Fairyland will not be afraid of any challenge or battle. That's right. This answer was already deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people of Fairyland and even other regions and countries, and there would not be any wavering. But the countries around the world will definitely not let this go. The Elysian Son of Heaven smiled bitterly. In the end, tomorrow's international conference will definitely develop into the prelude to war. It was because of this that the Elysian Son of Heaven had been doing useless things, simulating the conference process over and over again in an attempt to prevent the conference from going down the wrong path. For the Elysian Son of Heaven who yearned for peace, war was the only thing that must be avoided. Once a war breaks out, innocent people will definitely be implicated. Some countries will even be destroyed by primitive animals because their precious metals will be taken away by the victorious country after losing the war. This time, the severity of the situation is even worse. Once a war breaks out, it will be a real world war. The Elysian Son of Heaven bit his lip as he stared at Noah. Is there really no way to avoid war? Under the Elysian Son of Heaven's helpless and hopeful gaze, Noah shut his mouth. Seeing this, the Elysian Son of Heaven's eyes brightened as he quickly spoke. You have a way to avoid war, right? Who was this man before him? When he was still the president of a small civilian organization, he was able to fight a battle of wits and courage with the celestial minister Chrysanthemum, not falling into a disadvantageous position, and even ousted him from his position. Even the dictatorial Chiwu Xuanzong couldn't do anything to this man. And because of the development plan he left behind 3 years ago, all the countries in the world ended up being controlled by others. If there was anyone who could find a way to avoid war, the Elysian Son of Heaven believed that it was definitely the man in front of him. The key was whether Noah was willing or not. After all, Noah wouldn't show the slightest bit of mercy to those who intended to hurt the people around him. Thinking of this, the Holy Son of Heaven shyly wrapped his arms around Noah's neck and asked in a coquettish manner, I know that you hate those selfish people, but the commoners are innocent. For the sake of those innocent commoners, please help me." Under the Elysian sun of heaven's pleading tone, Noah finally smiled bitterly. Immediately, Noah stared at the Elysian sun of heaven. "It's my bad luck to have a loyal head of state like you." The Elysian son of heaven smiled happily. Chapter 21-23. The next day, early in the morning. Early in the morning, on the roads leading to the center of Tokyo District 1, luxury cars came from all directions like a procession, gradually rushing to a huge clubhouse. It was a clubhouse in the middle of a road, located in a vast square, shaped like a giant egg. In front of the clubhouse was a courtyard. In the center of the courtyard was a gorgeous fountain. Logically speaking, most of the Earth's land is now occupied by protozoa, and the population is facing a shortage of living places. It is not a wise decision to make such a vast piece of land so luxurious, and it seems that no one usually lives in it. However, no matter where, the facade is a very important thing. If it is really necessary to be extravagant and wasteful, then it can't be saved. This clubhouse in front of him belongs to the ranks of necessary extravagance and wastefulness, because this clubhouse is the embassy of the Tokyo region. As a permanent diplomatic representative office of a country, the embassy represents the interests of the entire country and is fully responsible for the communication and exchange between the country and foreign countries. Of course, as the most important building of a country, the embassy can't be too shabby no matter what. The embassy in District 1, which is located in the center of Tokyo, is mainly used as a venue for communication between the Tokyo area and the remaining 4 areas of Japan that were left after the collapse of the past. But today, this clubhouse is open to the whole world, welcoming representatives from all over the world. Luxurious limousines were parked around the square one after another. Under the protection of a group of guards, the representatives of the various countries moved towards the embassy one by one with a serious expression on their faces. At the entrance of the embassy, the Tokyo region's dignitaries in charge of reception stepped forward one by one, bowed to the representatives from all over the world, exchanged greetings, and then led the representatives from all over the world into the embassy. For a while, the entire embassy seemed to be unusually lively, and around the embassy, the security was also extremely tight. Not only the large team of police officers, but they also drove police cars and patrolled everywhere. Even the self-defense forces, which are usually stationed at the border of the country, sent a lot of personnel holding heavy machine guns and large weapons, standing guard in various places. A rigorous and solemn atmosphere pervaded the entire embassy. Under such circumstances, the protagonists finally arrived late. Several limousines slowly drove into the plaza of the embassy and stopped directly in front of the red carpet that extended from the main entrance. They then opened the doors and alighted. The first to descend was the Holy Son of Heaven. Under the protection of the guards of the holy residence, the Holy Son of Heaven, dressed in a white suit, got off the car. However, he did not walk to the red carpet. Instead, he stood in place and waited. After Shang Tianzi's car left, another car stopped in front of Shang Tianzi. There were 3 people who got off the bus. One was Heaven's Child Mugam. One was Rintaro Rikami. The last one was naturally Noah. After getting off the car, Noah raised his head and looked at the embassy in front of him. Mugino and Rintaro came to Noah's left and right respectively. Like followers, they announced who the owner of the fairy tale was. They also looked at the huge hall in front of them with serious expressions. Because, for the fairy tale, the embassy in front of them was likely to become a battlefield made purely of words today. If they were not careful, it was very likely that from today onwards, Fairyland would become the public enemy of the world. The people inside will all become our enemies later, right? Mugino said in a low voice. To be valued and viewed as enemies by all the countries in the world. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. At the very least, we hope to be able to come out smiling, while others will definitely want to see us come out crying. Ryutaru tugged at his tie. His tone inevitably became a little rough. The only thing I can be sure of is that after the meeting, I will definitely hate a lot of people. Someone you hate? Noah curled his lips but smiled faintly. I think, after the meeting, there will definitely be a lot of people who will hate us." Hearing this, Magino and Rintaro both laughed bitterly. However, Noah's relaxed attitude made the two of them feel more at ease. Although there were many things that they should be worried about, since this person who had once established the entire fairy tale as the hope of a new era and protected a group of children from the dark side of human beings was here, then the problem in front of them should be easily solved, right? Magino and Rintaro believed so. At this time, Elysium slowly walked over and stopped in front of the three people. As soon as he came up, Elysium noticed something and asked in surprise, "Where are Miss Hina, Miss Natsuki, and Miss Yinju?" Yes, only Noah, Magino, and Rintaro came down from the car. The three people who started them were nowhere to be seen. Not only that, but Orpheus and Lilith were also not here. Even Aster and Athena, who were originally sent to protect Elysium, suddenly disappeared when Elysium woke up in the morning. In response, Magino and Rintaro shook their heads at the same time. "We don't know either. They were gone when we woke up in the morning. Noah only told us not to worry, but did not tell us the details." Elysium turned his gaze to Noah when he heard Magino and Rintaro's words. His eyes were full of questions. Seeing this, Noah smiled and said, "Those children have another mission and have returned to Fairyland." Returned to Fairyland? Both Magino and Rintaro were surprised. Then doesn't that mean... Elysium was even more surprised. "You don't even have a guard by your side now." This was not a joke. One must know that now, every country in the world saw Fairy Tale as a thorn in their side. In order to eliminate the threat of Fairy Tale, they were always thinking of getting rid of the leader of Fairy Tale. Under such circumstances, it would be foolish of him not to bring a single guard with him. Seeing the worry in Elysium's eyes, Noah pretended to be relaxed, as if he wanted to reassure the overly kind leader of the country. "What do you mean no guards? Don't we still have Magino and Rintaro?" Hearing this, Magino and Rintaro's bitter smile deepened. "Although I'm confident in my own strength, I can't guarantee that I'm better than Hina and Yenju." Magino sighed. "Moreover, undoubtedly, I'm the acting leader, and now you want me to be a guard?" "Well, I did come here with the intention of becoming a guard," Ryutaru said in a puzzled tone. "But without the initiator by your side, isn't it a little too dangerous?" "Maybe?" Noah said to Rintaro in a mocking tone. "So, you'll have to work harder, Mr. Partner Justice." Hearing this, Elysium and Magino both paused for a moment, then laughed. The confusion on Rintaro's face instantly turned into annoyance. "You guys always bring up what happened 3 years ago. Don't you get tired of it?" 3 years ago, in order to get Noah to save the entire Tokyo area, Rintaro stood up for justice and fought with Noah. After that, Rintaro was always ridiculed by the guild members as the partner of justice. Even the International Initiator Monitoring Committee considered whether they should give Rintaro the nickname Partner of Justice, which made Rintaro break down several times. "Who told you to be in the limelight at that time?" Noah couldn't help but laugh. "Just accept your fate." Ryutaru could only glare at Noah with resentment in his eyes. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they saw this. "All right, everyone." Elysium put away the smile on his face and became serious. "It's time to go in." Noah nodded nonchalantly, and then led Magino and Rintaro toward the embassy under Elysium's guidance. The heavily guarded embassy was like the calm before the storm, exuding a solemn atmosphere. Chapter 21-24. Because representatives from all over the world will be attending this conference, and this world is just an ordinary world, unlike the Demon High School, where they can teleport to their destination with a magic circle. Therefore, the time of the conference is set at noon. After the representatives from all over the world arrived at the embassy, they will be arranged to rest in their own rooms. After lunch, they will gather in the conference room and start the conference. Therefore, Noah and the others actually came early. However, it is necessary to come early. If the conference starts right away, then many things will not be prepared. Whether it is for their own people or for outsiders, this is the case. It was precisely because of this that many representatives from various countries had arrived in advance and started making preparations. Of course, these preparations as for what, only the people involved know. And as the host, Shengzi has a lot of preparations. From welcoming the guests to settling them down. From settling them down to taking care of them. From taking care of them to greeting them. From greeting them to probing them. And so on and so forth. Similar preparations need to be done by Shengzi. Among them, the most important one is safety. After all, representatives from all over the world are gathered here. If something happens to one of them in the Tokyo area, then the country that the representative is from will definitely ask the Tokyo area to bear extraordinary blame and punishment. Therefore, the safety of the representatives is definitely the most important thing during this international conference. Although I don't know if terrorists will suddenly attack the embassy and cause harm to the important representatives in the embassy, but just in case, I have gathered all the police and self-defense forces here. Shengzi said to Noah as they walked in the corridor of the embassy. In addition to the various miscellaneous arrangements during the conference, many senior officials in the Tokyo area have been transferred here to help. Now, let me introduce you to the people in charge of these tasks. Shengzi said as he brought Noah, Mugong, and Rintaro to a lounge. A guard stepped forward and opened the door of the lounge, allowing everyone to see the scene inside. Immediately, Noah, Mugong, and Rintaro all saw it. In the resting room, there were 3 people talking. The group that was talking was a group of 2 men and a woman. The 2 men gave off a completely different feeling. One was a tall young man wearing a suit and glasses, giving off a shrewd feeling. The other was a middle-aged man wearing a military uniform and a military cap, giving off a strong and experienced feeling. The only woman in the room was a young girl, wearing a kimono, holding an iron fan, a beautiful young girl with a beauty mark under the corner of her eye. Looking at the 2 men and 1 woman talking, Noah, Mugong, and Rintaro's attention was instantly taken away by the young girl. Of course, it was not that Noah and Rintaro only had beautiful women in their eyes, nor was it that Mugong had any special fetishes. The reason why they were attracted to the girl in kimono was because she was someone they were familiar. Thus, Noah, Mugong, and Rintaro were all shocked. Wei. The girl in the kimono was the daughter of the president of the world's largest weapons company, Sima Heavy Industries, Sima Weiji. She had once helped Noah and Rintaro a lot, and was also at loggerheads with Mojincha. Wei Sima turned her head and looked at the door. Then, her eyes lit up, and she stood up with a smile. Everyone, long time no see. Hearing this, Noya and Ryutaru looked at each other, both feeling somewhat relieved. Obviously, both of them knew why Wei Sima was here. Undoubtedly, as the acting president of Fairy Tail, Mugong was usually very smart and capable. But at this time, blood rushed to his head, and he stared at Wei Sima without thinking. "Why are you here?" "Oh." Wei Sima pretended to be surprised as if she didn't notice Mugong's existence until now. "So you're here too, Mugong?" "I understand." Mugong smiled. His smile was very bright. "You're here to cause trouble, right?" With that said, Mugong did not hesitate to reach for the blade on his waist, as if he wanted to pull it out. Seeing this, Noah and Rintaro were shocked. Although they knew the relationship between Mugong and Wei Sima was extremely bad, this girl didn't know how much trouble she would cause if she pulled the sword out in this situation. Immediately, Noah knocked on Mugong's head, causing her to cry out in pain. Mugong held her head and stared at Noah with tears in her eyes. Noah didn't even bother with her. He pressed down on her head and restrained her. Then, he looked at Wei Ji and laughed bitterly. "Miss Sima, please don't provoke my girl here, okay?" "I didn't provoke Mugong." Wei Sima was still smiling, but her words were like this. For the president of a private company who was once a poor ghost who couldn't even afford a bowl of eel rice, as the current president of Sima Heavy Industries, how could I do such a tasteless thing as stimulating inferior people? Wasn't this an obvious provocation? Ha! Ha ha! Mugong's smile twitched as she stiffly turned her head and looked at Noah. "Noah, this is my lifetime request. Let me kill this snake girl, okay?" Hearing this, Noah didn't have time to react before Wei Sima spoke. "Aya, how scary." Wei Sima pretended to shout. "Little Noah, you have to protect me, okay?" Saying this, Wei Sima directly went to Noah's side and hugged his arm. Muging's face twitched when she saw this. Ryutaru, on the other hand, seemed to have foreseen what was about to happen. He turned his head away as if he couldn't bear to watch, only to be shocked again. Because in Rintaro's line of sight, the sage son of heaven was standing there, staring at Wei Sima, who was hugging Noah's arm. The expression on his face completely faded. Rintaro had to swear that this was the first time he saw the kind and peace-loving sage son of heaven show such an expression. Not to mention Rintaro, even Noah, who had seen many of the sage's girlish side in private, had never seen such an expression before. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine. However, before Noah could push Wei Sima away, Mugung fiercely hugged Noah's other arm. Noah almost screamed. It couldn't be helped. Due to using too much strength, Muging's voluptuous upper body was directly pressed against Noah's arm. The overly soft and comfortable feeling made Noah's heart skip a beat. However, Mugung didn't notice this at all. She hugged Noah tightly and glared at Wei Sima. "Let go of me, Snake Girl!" Mugung shouted. "Do you think someone like you can hug the guild leader of Fairy Tale? With my relationship with little Noah, what's a hug?" Not only did Wei Sima not let go, she hugged even harder. Facing the angry Mugung, she revealed a fake smile that didn't have a trace of smile. "A woman like you who relied on little Noah's favor to climb to your current position should stay away from little Noah. Obediently go back to being the leader of a poor company that can't even afford eel rice. Yes, I did rely on Noah's favor to become the acting leader of Fairy Tale." Mugung didn't want to be outdone. "Then what about you? Don't tell me you didn't rely on your Sima clan to climb to your current position? Ho ho! You want to use your family background to erase my Wei Sima's efforts?" Wei Sima's smile became more and more fake. "However, this is the only way you can find a sense of superiority from me. I forgive you, Mugung." Veins popped out on Muging's forehead. Wei Sima's smile also began to twitch. The two stared at each other like this. Sparks seemed to come out from the friction of their gazes, making the surrounding atmosphere more and more dangerous. And Noah, who was tragically reduced to being sandwiched between the two girls, felt his hand being hugged tighter and tighter. Although it could be said to be wonderful in any situation, the gaze from the Holy Son of Heaven made Noah feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. At this moment, Noah felt a sharp gaze on his body. Chapter 21-25. When that sharp gaze was directed at Noah, Noah was stunned. Because Noah, with his superior perceptive ability, could clearly feel that in that sharp gaze, there was a chilling negative emotion. That kind of negative emotion was the same as the hatred of Noah's bodyguard, or even worse. Immediately, when Noah was stunned, that gaze suddenly disappeared. Noah suddenly frowned, raised his head, and looked forward. There, the two men who were talking to Wei Weaver were both looking at Noah. However, the two's expressions were completely different. The young man in the suit had a smile on his face and gave Noah a refreshing expression. The middle-aged man in a military uniform had a straight face. He looked at Noah as if he was looking at a playboy. Even if he didn't show any disgust, the displeasure in his eyes was quite obvious. Under such circumstances, Noah narrowed his eyes and looked at Shang Tianzi. "Shang Tianzi, can I trouble you to introduce them to me?" That one sentence completely washed away the comical atmosphere around them. Mugung and Wei Weaver realized what kind of situation they were in and quickly let go of Noah's hand. Shang Tianzi coughed, stepped forward, and said to Noah, Mugung, and Rintaro, "Let me introduce them to you." Then, Shang Tianzi looked at the middle-aged man in the military uniform. This is the Supreme Commander of the Tokyo Self-Defense Forces. He is responsible for leading the self-defense forces. This time, he is in charge of the posts and patrols around the embassy. "I am Soma Muneshi," the middle-aged commander said in a sarcastic tone. "Thanks to Shang Tianzi's kindness, I'm the commander of the self-defense forces. I have heard of your names a long time ago. It's really an eye-opener for me to see you here with a playful attitude." Needless to say, who Soma Muneshi was referring to. At that moment, both Mugung and Wei Weaver showed a somewhat awkward expression. They couldn't help but look at each other, Then they snorted and turned their heads away. The hatred between the two of them was indeed unusually high. Seeing that the atmosphere had become dangerous, Elysian Son of Heaven seemed to want to smooth things over and introduced another person. This is the police of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. He is responsible for leading the relevant personnel of the police department to protect the safety of the representatives. Hello. The young man in the suit smiled politely at everyone. I am Toshiro. Please take care of me. That candid performance gave everyone a good impression. Compared to Xiaoma Zongxiong, his attitude was like heaven and earth. Looking at the young man who called himself Toshiro, Mugung and Rintaro both seemed to have thought of something important and stood up in surprise. Mugung-san. Rintaro looked at Mugung in surprise. This person can't be. Mugung also looked at Cupboard Tolong with surprise and uncertainty, and asked with great uncertainty, Is it really you, Mr. Toshiro? You finally remembered me. Cupboard Toshiro smiled happily. I thought Tomato-san had forgotten about me. How could that be? Mugung quickly shook her head and smiled apologetically. Sorry, it's just that I haven't seen you for a long time, so I didn't think of you. That's good. Toshiro was relieved. I thought Tomato-san had really forgotten about me. Then I would be very sad. You must be joking. Mugung showed a rare, embarrassed expression. Seeing Mugung like this, Rintaro's expression became a little unhappy. Noah's heart skipped a beat. It seems that Mugung and Rintaro both know this police officer called Toshiro. With this thought in mind, Noah didn't ask Mugung and Rintaro anything on the spot. Instead, he nodded to Soma Muneshi and Toshiro. I'm Noah Doria. I was a little rude just now. Please don't take it to heart. Soma Muneshi snorted and didn't say anything. How could that be? Toshiro responded to Noah in a friendly manner. Tomato-san and Tomato-san's relationship has been so good since young, and you haven't seen each other for so long. You must miss each other very much, right? Who has a good relationship with this guy? Mugung and Unweaver didn't hesitate to speak at the same time. Then they glared at each other and shouted at the same time. Don't copy me. Watching this scene, Ryutaru began to sweat. Even Toshiro of the cabinet could only smile wryly. Soma Muneshi seemed to have had enough and shouted angrily. Enough! If you think this is a place to hold a party, then go back. Xiaoma Zongxiong's roar gave everyone a fright. Even Noah narrowed his eyes and looked directly at Soma Muneshi. Commander Soma. Seiko looked at Soma Muneshi in shock. What are you doing? Lord Seiko, forgive me for not being able to recognize this group of brats. Soma Muneshi said coldly. This is a serious international meeting place, and now that representatives from all over the world are gathered here, it is no doubt an honor for our Tokyo region. But this group of brats is fooling around in such a serious place. I really can't stand it anymore. You? Mugung and Unweaver's face suddenly became a little ugly. Admittedly, in such an occasion, Mugung and Unweaver's quarrel was a bit ridiculous. But Soma Muneshi's words were too harsh, right? Seiko frowned, and when he was about to say something, he was stopped by Noah. Commander Soma, right? Noah looked at Soma Muneshi. I'm sorry, my representative was a bit ridiculous. I apologize on his behalf. Hearing this, Xiaoma Zongxiong revealed a mocking expression. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Noah. However, Commander Soma, Noah said indifferently, I have to give you a warning. Warning? Soma Muneshi's eyes widened, and he was so angry that he laughed. You're warning me? What? Am I not qualified to warn you? Noah looked at Soma Muneshi with a smile. You seem to think that we are the family members of the Holy Son of Heaven. You keep calling us little brats. But I have to remind you that the so-called serious international conference in your eyes is held for my guild. Have you forgotten? Soma Muneshi opened his mouth, and only then did he suddenly realize. That's right, these people in front of him were not Seiko's subordinates, nor were they residents of Tokyo. In addition to Unweaver, Noah, Mugung, and Rintaro all came from Fairyland, and they were the top management of Fairy Tail. This time, the international conference was held because of Fairy Tail. The group of brats, in Soma Muneshi's eyes, were not here to observe, but to participate in the meeting as members of the meeting. We were invited to participate in this international meeting. Logically speaking, we are guests. But is this how your country treats guests? Noah said lightly. If that's the case, then I think Fairyland will not participate in this international meeting. As soon as these words came out, other people's reactions aside, Soma Muneshi finally broke out in a cold sweat. If Noah really left, this international meeting would definitely not continue, and they would have to announce the disbandment. Moreover, the world would not be able to denounce Fairyland, because it was not that Fairyland did not want to participate in the meeting, but if the people of Tokyo neglected a country's representative, causing them to leave in anger, the world's blame would be directed to Tokyo and not Fairyland. At that time, in Soma Muneshi's eyes, the international meeting that gathered representatives from all over the country, and for Tokyo, would become a scandal in Tokyo. As for him, Soma Muneshi, he would have to admit all the responsibility, and under the condemnation of the world, he would be ousted by the angry Tokyo officials and people, and even become a street rat. Thinking of this, Soma Muneshi's forehead was full of sweat. Noah was right, because Noah and the others were too close to Seiko, and because they were too young, Soma Muneshi thought of Noah and the others as Seiko's family group, the rising stars of Tokyo, and completely forgot that they were not from Tokyo at all. This was also because Unweaver was in a mess with Noah and the others, so it gave Soma Muneshi this illusion. Now, it was too late for regrets. Chapter 21-26. Under Noah's gaze, Soma Munekika squeezed out a voice with much difficulty, but he did not know what to say. This was a real international issue. Although Fairyland was only a new city discovered a year ago, in the eyes of the world, this new force was no different from a new country. Moreover, it was a powerful country with the ability to dominate the world. However, even so, it still could not erase the fact that Fairyland's history was too short. Even the guild that traced the origin of Fairyland, Fairy Tale, was just a civilian organization founded by Noah 4 or 5 years ago. Its history was too short. Therefore, many people would subconsciously ignore the fact that Fairyland was a force that was not weaker than a major country, and instead treated it as a civilian guild. Soma Munekika also made the same mistake. In addition, Noah, Mugung, and Rintaro were all once part of the Tokyo area. As a result, the commander of the self-defense forces subconsciously treated Noah and the others not as guests, but as a group of newcomers in the Tokyo area. Therefore, Soma Munekika put on airs. Unfortunately, he put on airs against the wrong people. Now, the commander of the self-defense forces was undoubtedly in a difficult situation. Under such circumstances, one person stood up. "I'm really sorry, President Noah." Toshiro quickly bowed and apologized to Noah. "Commander Soma, it's just that today's international conference is too important, and there is no room for mistakes, so he was too nervous and caused this discourtesy. Please forgive Commander Soma." With that said, Toshiro even winked at Soma Munekika. Soma Munekika finally reacted, gritted his teeth, and spoke with some reluctance. "I'm sorry. I was rude. Please don't take it to heart." Mugung and Unwoven's expressions looked a lot better after seeing Soma Munekika apologize. As for Noah, he smiled slightly. "Forget it. Although it's a little unpleasant, we did have some discourtesy on our side, so let's just forget about it." Hearing this, Rintaro let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Noah was strong enough to not embarrass Mugung and weigh too much. Otherwise, Ryutaru himself would have rushed out first. Mugung and Wei Woven, of course, knew that Noah was helping them vent their anger. They looked at Noah with gratitude. Little did they know that although Noah appeared to be very strong, he was just saying that he would leave. Of course, in this way, Noah could use this excuse to leave directly and not participate in the meeting to avoid being targeted by countries around the world. However, as mentioned before, Tokyo would definitely bear all kinds of responsibilities. At that time, Soma Munhai's downfall would be a small matter. After all, he had spoken rudely, so he deserved it. However, as the ruler of Tokyo, Seichienzi would also be criticized. Noah could ignore the accusations he suffered in Tokyo, but he couldn't ignore his lover being accused by others. Therefore, Noah was just saying it to scare Soma Myunhide. He wouldn't really leave directly. In this regard, say, Tianzi himself was the clearest. He smiled at Noah and immediately said to Toshiro and Soma Myunhide, "The two of you are leading the Metropolitan Police Department and the Self-Defense Forces respectively. Both of you are responsible for the safety of this international conference. Because of the scale and importance of this international conference, I understand that the two of you must be somewhat nervous, but you must not neglect the foreign representatives because of this, understand?" "Yes." Toshiro and Soma Myunhide bowed their heads. "Good." Say, Tianzi nodded. "Then, the two of you can go out and continue with your work." Toshiro and Soma Myunhide bowed to everyone one by one and then left the room. Phew. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief, as if they had relaxed a little. "Really, what kind of person is that person?" Mugging said rather unhappily. "I didn't offend him. To be precise, we didn't offend him, but he offended us." Wei Ji raised the iron fan in her hand and covered the lower half of her face and laughed. "Although he's the commander of the self-defense forces, he's too arrogant. Shouldn't we teach him a lesson?" "Don't mess around," Rintaro quickly warned. "I know that your Sima family is now a big family in Tokyo, but it's your fault. It's a bit unreasonable to seek revenge." "Why would I?" Wei Ji suddenly turned her head. "I was just joking." "Ha ha, like hell I'll believe you." Mugung and Rintaro both cursed in their hearts. However, that Soma Myunhide was indeed a bit arrogant. Letting Wei Ji teach him a lesson might not be a bad thing. Although Soma Myunhide was the commander of the self-defense forces, Wei Ji had many ways to deal with him. After all, today's Sima family was different from 3 years ago. They were no longer just a weapons company. They were also deeply involved in politics. Don't forget, 3 years ago, it was because the Sima family replaced the Tintong family's position and took over the Tintong family's position. That's why the Tokyo region didn't fall into a state of political paralysis and the Tintong family was completely removed. Therefore, today's Sima family was almost equivalent to the Tintong family's position in Tokyo. However, the Tintong family had a Tintong chrysanthemum as an assistant to the Holy Son of Heaven. Their position was more stable and their influence in politics was greater. Although the Sima family didn't have an assistant to the Holy Son of Heaven, the influence of the weapons company in Tokyo was just enough to fill the gap. It was because of this that Wei Ji appeared here. Toshiro Kanejima was responsible for leading the Metropolitan Police Department's police to protect the safety of the world's representatives. Soma Myunhide was responsible for leading the Self-Defense Forces guards to set up a heavy defense line in the embassy. Wei Ji was responsible for leading the various senior officials in Tokyo. She was responsible for welcoming guests, taking care of them, preparing meals, and various other chores. In other words, the above 3 people were directly in charge of this international conference and were under the command of the Holy Son of Heaven. The only thing he didn't expect was that Soma Myunhide would suddenly go crazy and even scold Wei Ji. Perhaps it was because the self-defense forces had a considerable rejection of the police, so Soma Myunhide's attitude towards Noah's group was so bad that he thought Noah's group was a small police company. That's right. Noah looked at Mugung and Rintaro. "That Toshiro Kanejima, do you know him?" Mugung and Rintaro suddenly became a little hesitant. On the contrary, Wei Ji gave a mischievous smile and directly stated the reason. "Of course I know him. Mugung and Kanejima were originally engaged." "Engaged?" Noah was stunned. "Betrothed?" Mugung and Kanejima were engaged? In other words, the two of them were engaged in a relationship? Do you understand? Little Noah, Wei Ji was like a judge pronouncing a sentence as she closed the iron fan in her hand and pointed at Mugung. Undoubtedly, this person is half a married woman, but she still clings to you and deceives your feelings. Her goal is to become the acting president of Fairy Tale. An unexpected conspiracy theory appeared. Even Seiji and Rintaro were shocked by Wei Ji's righteous tone and were stunned. As for Noah, he was even more stunned. What nonsense are you talking about?" Mugung completely lost her calm as she frantically explained to Noah. It's not like that. I was only engaged with Kanejima, and it was an engagement set by the Tendo family without permission. I never agreed, and when I left the Tendo family, the engagement was already canceled. Perhaps because Mugung was too desperate to explain, her face turned red as she screamed. I'm still a virgin. As soon as she said this, the whole room was silent. The Holy Son of Heaven felt as if he had been stabbed by these words. His face turned red. Weiji laughed out loud, as if her evil plan had succeeded. Ryutaru, on the other hand, was a little embarrassed, but at the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. As for Noah, the corner of his mouth kept twitching. After a while, he said with some hesitation, "Okay, you're still a virgin, but that doesn't seem to have anything to do with me." This sentence finally woke Mugging up. Wah! Half a second later, a cry filled with grief and indignation resounded throughout the embassy. Chapter 21-27. In the corner of the lounge, Mugung sat with her head lowered. Her face was covered by her long bangs, but she gave off the feeling of someone who had given up on herself. About that, Ryutaru seemed to be unable to bear it. He cautiously asked Noah, who was beside him, "Are you sure you don't want to comfort Moving-san? How am I supposed to comfort her?" Noah said helplessly, "Right now, whenever Mugung sees my face, she'll be reminded of the embarrassing incident. If I go over to comfort her, I'll only be adding insult to injury." "Then what should we do?" Ryutaru asked helplessly. "Are we just going to leave her like this? Isn't it better to just leave her be?" Wei Weaver said with a smile. "It's just a Mugung. Just let her be. I'll get little Noah to pick it up later." "What do you mean, pick her up?" Noah was speechless. "Mugung isn't my pet." "Is that so?" Wei Weaver said in surprise. "If Mugung didn't become your pet, how could she have gotten to where she is now?" Noah and Ryutaru both laughed dryly. The eldest daughter of the Sima family was indeed a devious person. "By the way, don't you have to work?" Ryutaru quickly changed the topic. "You're in charge of all kinds of chores. There should be a lot of things for you to do, right? The basic work has already been arranged. My remaining job is to deal with any unexpected situations and maintain contact with my subordinates," Wei Weaver said calmly. "Originally, I should have accompanied the Holy Son of Heaven to visit the representatives of the various countries and greet them. However, the Holy Son of Heaven asked me to stay behind and went to greet the representatives by himself. Hence, I had nothing to do. Is that okay?" Ryutaru frowned. Since they're representatives from all over the world, they're definitely not simple characters. Isn't it too risky for Lord Xingzi to deal with those cunning people alone? Now is just the stage of testing each other. The most important thing is the conference. If we can't even get through this stage, we will be completely dominated by the representatives of the various countries at noon. Noah shrugged. That girl must have had such thoughts. That's why she resolutely went to the representatives' lounge alone. It's completely different from 3 years ago when she could only rely on the celestial chrysanthemum. If it wasn't for this, our Sima clan would have already produced a Holy Son of Heaven assistant official, replacing the position of the celestial chrysanthemum minister. Weiji spoke frankly. The current Lord Holy Son of Heaven is no longer the same as 3 years ago. Although she is still very young and excessively kind, it is her saint-like purity that firmly attracts everyone. Even the celestial child, Chrysanthemum, serves her from the bottom of his heart. He has never thought of usurping the throne. Indeed, in the past, although the celestial Chrysanthemum minister represented the dark side of Tokyo, he had never thought of usurping the Holy Son of Heaven's position. In fact, the celestial Chrysanthemum minister respected and loved the Holy Son of Heaven. Even when his crimes were exposed by the Holy Son of Heaven and the celestial Chrysanthemum minister fell from grace due to the Holy Son of Heaven's help, he never resented the Holy Son of Heaven until his death. On the contrary, he was gratified by the Holy Son of Heaven's growth. In the current turbid era, the Holy Son of Heaven was very precious to the entire human race for being able to maintain such kindness and purity. Unfortunately, the purest flower in the world was inadvertently plucked by someone. Thinking of this, Noah once again realized that he was indeed a person blessed by the world. Without this level of protection, it would not be so easy to pluck this flower. While Noah was sighing, Ryotaro spoke to Noah again. Speaking of which, since Lord Shungzi has already gone to visit the representatives of the various countries, as the master of Fairyland, shouldn't you go and do a little formality? There's no need. Noah picked up the black tea on the table and leisurely sipped it while answering without hesitation. If it's a meeting for the purpose of networking and exchange, then I don't mind going through the motions and establishing a friendly relationship with the various countries. Unfortunately, they're not here to be friendly with us, but to target us. If that's the case, what's the point of asking about their well-being? Ryotaro thought about it carefully and found that it made sense. But can't we still sound out the opinions of the various countries' representatives? There's no need for that. Noah pursed his lips and smiled. Because no matter what they've prepared for the meeting in the afternoon, I'll make sure they're all speechless. His extremely confident and forceful speech made Ryotaro's heart surge slightly. Even Wei Ji's eyes were twinkling like little stars as she looked at Noah with a look of admiration. As expected of the man I've chosen, to be able to become a man who can compete for the world's hegemony in less than 5 years, you're not just for show. If I had known this would happen, I would have made my move earlier and taken you down to prevent Mugung from taking advantage of me. The surge in Ryotaro's heart completely disappeared and was replaced by an indescribable feeling. Even Noah almost rolled his eyes as he said in annoyance, "Even if I don't do anything and just sit here, it doesn't mean that the probing won't happen." Both Wei Ji and Ryotaro were slightly taken aback by this sentence. "I'm well prepared, but other people aren't." Noah smiled meaningfully. "So, even if I don't go looking for others, they might come looking for me." It was as if he was trying to prove that Noah wasn't lying. In the next second, there was a knock on the door. Wei Ji and Ryotaro immediately reacted and focused their attention on Noah. Noah was still drinking his tea as he nodded at Ryotaro. Ryotaro immediately stood up, stepped forward, opened the door, and walked out. After a while, Ryotaro came back in and looked at Noah with a serious expression. Noah asked when he saw the situation, "Who is it?" Ryotaro was silent for a moment before he spoke. "Chiwoo Myunsuk." Noah raised an eyebrow, then smiled. "I didn't think he would want to contact me. I thought he would never want to see me again." After all, Noah was the one who made this dictator fall. It must have left quite a scar in his heart. But that guy's got the guts. Noah put down his teacup and said, "Let him come in." Rintaro immediately nodded, turned around, and walked out again. Noah. Mugging finally recovered from the shock and came to Noah's side. "Don't worry," Noah said calmly. 3 years ago, I had him under my thumb. 3 years later, I can do the same." Muging's expression softened. He nodded and stood behind Noah. Not long after, Ryotaro opened the door and walked in with a person. That person was naturally Chiwoo Myunsuk. After 3 years, Chiwoo Myunsuk still gave off the same imposing aura as before. He was like a lion that was ready to devour its prey at any moment. However, 3 years ago, when they first met, Chiwoo Myunsuk only regarded Noah as the leader of a police organization with some ability. Every word he said was filled with extraordinary arrogance. Today, Chiwoo Myunsuk no longer had the same arrogance as before. The moment his eyes met with Noah's, his expression immediately became serious. "Long time no see, President Chiwoo," Noah said with a faint smile. "I haven't seen you for 3 years. It seems that your body is still as strong as before. After all, it wasn't easy for me to survive from your hands," Chiwoo Myunsuk said in a self-deprecating manner. "If I die so casually, wouldn't that be very disrespectful to you?" "I don't think so." Noah spread his hands. "After all, there's a distance between Fairyland and the Osaka area. The mountain is high and the Emperor is far away. It's not easy to do anything. On the contrary, there should be many people in the Osaka area who hate President Chiwoo Myunsuk. I wouldn't be surprised if someone succeeded in venting their anger. Unfortunately, other than you, I've never been defeated by anyone." Chiwoo Myunsuk narrowed his eyes. "I'm sorry to disappoint you." "It's not that I'm disappointed." Noah glanced at Chiwoo Myunsuk. To me, whether you live or die really doesn't matter much. Chapter 21-28. Just like 3 years ago, the beginning of the conversation between Noah and Chiwu Zhongshuan made the atmosphere extremely dangerous. The sinister atmosphere made Mugung and Rintaro's faces tense, while Mai Ji was secretly nervous. Under such circumstances, Noah and Zhongshuan looked at each other, one with a smile on his face, the other with an awkward expression. It was clear who had the upper hand. Seeing the atmosphere of the entire lounge become extremely heavy, Wei Ji seemed to want to break the deadlock. She coughed and stood up. "Hello, President Zhongshuan. I haven't greeted you in a long time. The daughter of the Sima family?" Zhongshuan turned his gaze and looked at Wei Ji. After looking at the kimono beauty in front of him for a while, he smiled unrestrainedly. "I heard that your Sima clan has completely replaced the Tian Tong clan's position in the past. That's really worth celebrating. Thank you for the compliment." Wei Ji smiled sweetly. This time, it is also thanks to the Holy Son of Heaven that Wei Ji has the opportunity to serve the representatives of various countries. I am deeply honored. You're quite a sweet talker. No wonder the old man of the Sima family is assured to give you the political and commercial rights. At least on the surface, you're quite good. Zhongshuan said with a sarcastic tone. Also, you seem to have a good relationship with Fairyland. After all, if it weren't for President Noah, our Sima family wouldn't have today's status. Wei Ji knows how to repay kindness. Wei Ji replied unhurriedly. Besides, the Tokyo region and Fairyland are allies. As the Holy Son of Heaven's assistant, Wei Ji naturally has to have a good relationship with the leader of Fairyland. With that said, Wei Ji's tone changed. However, President Zhongshuan seems to have something to discuss with President Noah. It would be rude of me to stay here any longer, so I'll take my leave. After that, Wei Ji bowed to Zhongshuan, then glanced at Noah's direction. After seeing Noah nodding slightly, she smiled and left. Finally, only the rulers of Fairyland and Osaka were left at the scene. President Chiwu. Mugung was like Noah's secretary as he greeted Chiwu Zhongshuan. "Please take a seat." "Humph." Chiwu Zhongshuan snorted, but he followed Mugung's instructions and sat opposite Noah. Looking at Mugung and Rintaro, who were standing by Noah's left and right, Chiwu Zhongshuan said to the two of them, "Back then, I never would have thought that the two brats left behind by the Celestial Tong family would actually join the guild Fairy Tale. Furthermore, they even made such a big name for themselves. I guess I misjudged them." Hearing this, Mugung and Rintaro did not feel the slightest bit of joy at being praised. The two of them were no longer ignorant people. They wouldn't be deceived by such flowery words. Instead, they could clearly perceive the deeper meaning in other people's words. If even Mugung and Rintaro could sense it, there was no way Noah wouldn't know what Zimu Zhongshuan meant. 3 years ago, President Chiwu mentioned more than once that in order to fight for world hegemony, it was necessary to have a powerful force. For the sake of one's ambition, one must turn all the powerful guys into one's own pawns, right? Noah said casually. "What? Has the president taken a fancy to Mugung and Rintaro? One is ranked 3rd in the IP ranking, and the other is ranked 7th. These two can be ranked in the top 10. Of course I want them." Chiwu Zhongshuan stared at Noah. In this era, great power can decide everything. Only the side that has greater power can obtain the hegemony of the world. As the leader of Fairy Tale, you should understand this better than I do, right? Oh, Noah pretended to be confused. "What do you mean? Are you trying to play dumb?" Chiwu Zhongshuan said sarcastically, with a hint of jealousy in his tone. "Now, who doesn't know that you have the ability to obtain the world? You've easily gotten what I've always wanted, haven't you? I'm even beginning to suspect that the reason you created Fairy Tale back then was to prepare for the hegemony of the world." Chiwu Zhongshuan's words made Mugung and Rintaro frown slightly, with a little anger surging in their hearts. As the heroes who built Fairyland to its current scale, Mugung and Rintaro knew better than anyone why Noah was working so hard. How could this ambitious guy before them understand Noah? To Noah, world hegemony was the most boring thing. Noah's efforts all along were not for some boring world hegemony, but to save those children who were hated and rejected for no reason. The reason why the children in fairyland could live so happily, and the reason why the cursed children all over the world could find shelter, was all because of Noah's gentleness. However, in the eyes of others, Noah's gentleness had always been a conspiracy with a purpose. The rulers of many countries all over the world believed that the reason why Noah created fairy tale, built fairyland, and provided shelter for the cursed children was to obtain the power of the cursed children and achieve his goal of world domination. No one would believe that a person would spend so much effort to do all this out of pure kindness. In this regard, as the acting president and tour group leader of Fairy Tale, Mugung and Rintaro could understand it best. This was because Mugung and Rintaro had also been questioned by others more than once, believing that the two of them helped Noah out of ambition, creating fairyland, and working hard for Noah until their deaths. Who would have thought that? The reason why Mugung helped Noah without asking for anything in return was because Noah had helped her avenge her parents' death, and also gave her a new meaning in life, to not fall into the demonic path and become a person who could live under the sun. The reason why Rintaro helped Noah without asking for anything in return was because he and Noah were like-minded. Noah also wanted to save the cursed children, and also gave Rintaro the opportunity to save the world, defeat the proto-god animals, and uphold justice. Therefore, Noah was indebted to both Mugung and Rintaro. In the hearts of Mugung and Rintaro, there was friendship toward Noah, gratitude toward Noah, and even admiration for Noah. However, there was a saying that went, "Measure the heart of a gentleman with one's own yardstick." Undoubtedly, there were some petty people who were extremely unforgiving, but were unwilling to believe that others were magnanimous as well. This referred to people with ulterior motives like Chiwu Zhongshuan. Did you think that just because you wanted to dominate the world, others had to do the same? President Chiwu, Mugung couldn't help but say, "Dominating the world isn't as attractive as you think it is." That's right. Rintaro didn't hide the mockery in his voice. At least, that's how it is for us. Is that so? Chiwu Zhongshuan glanced at Mugung and Rintaro, then looked at Noah, who was quietly sipping his tea. Have you really never thought of dominating the world? The entire place fell silent. Under Chiwu Zhongshuan's gaze, Noah slowly raised his head, his expression extremely calm. If the whole world is filled with people like you, then I should really consider whether it's time for me to dominate the world, Noah said calmly. Otherwise, the world will really become a foul and stinky place. You? Chiwu Zhongshuan was immediately provoked, his fists clenched tightly. Noah spoke as if he hadn't seen anything. If you're here to confirm whether or not I have the intention of dominating the world, then are you satisfied with my answer? Chiwu Zhongshuan glared at Noah, his tightly clenched fists slowly unclenched. I admit that I underestimated you back then. I didn't expect you to be able to surpass me in just a few years, Chiwu Zhongshuan said in a low voice. However, I won't admit defeat just like that. With that, Chiwu Zhongshuan stood up and left. Looking at Chiwu Zhongshuan's back, Noah fell into deep thought. Chapter 21-29. With Chiwu Zhongshuan's departure, the entire lounge returned to a state of silence once again. Mugung and Rintaro had been watching Chiwu Zhongshuan's departure until he disappeared from their sight, and the door was slammed shut. Only then did they retract their gazes and look at each other. Soon after, Rintaro spoke first. That guy is still as annoying as before. Rintaro was no stranger to Chiwu Zhongshuan. In the past, when he was in the Tintong family, Prime Minister Chrysanthemum Tintong had groomed Rintaro as a politician. Because of that, Rintaro had been to all kinds of occasions and had naturally met Chiwu Zhongshuan. However, it was because he had met Chiwu Zhongshuan that Rintaro would say such a thing. Most people would not have a good impression of someone as ambitious as Chiwu Zhongshuan, right? Although I've seen Chiwu Zhongshuan before, that was before I left the Tian Tong family. Mugung crossed her arms, accentuating her ample bosom perfectly. After that, I've never seen the president again. Now that I think about it, it's great. It seemed that Mugung did not have a good impression of Chiwu Zhongshuan as well. When she thought about how it would turn into a confrontation between herself, the acting president, and Chiwu Zhongshuan if Noah did not return, Mugung found it very annoying no matter how she thought about it. Someone as ambitious as that would probably hate Fairyland's existence the most, right? Mugung pointed that out. In this meeting, the people who directly clashed with us should all be people like Chiwu and Zhongshuan. Although the representatives of the various countries who came to participate in this international conference were all here for fairy tale and had the same goal, their starting points were different. Some representatives wanted to fight for the strength of the cursed child for their country. Some wanted to get rid of the situation where they might be controlled by Fairyland in the future. Some wanted to take advantage of the situation to weaken Fairyland's influence on the world. Some country representatives were like Chiwu Zhongshuan, whose ultimate goal was world hegemony. They could not bear to see the threat of Fairyland and wanted to suppress or even eliminate it. In other words, although the representatives of these countries were all here for fairy tale, some were here for their countries, some for their rights, some for their own interests, and some for their own ambitions. Among them, people like Chiwu Zhongshuan, who believed that fairy tale was a huge threat and had their eyes on what they wanted, were undoubtedly the people who were most hostile to fairy tale. Isn't this the kind of person we need to pay attention to the most? Ryutaru scratched his head in annoyance. Really, it's one thing to be targeted by terrorist forces who can't see the truth, but I still have to deal with these ambitious guys. Just thinking about it makes me feel annoyed. But if fairy tale wants to save all of the cursed children, or even the entire world, she will have to face these people sooner or later. Mugung was very open-minded. We'll definitely have to deal with these people in the future. Riki-kun, you better be mentally prepared. I'm not good at dealing with these guys. Ryutaru quickly shook his head. Miss Mugung, if you want me to be your bodyguard, then I'll do my best. If you want me to feign civility with these guys, then forget it. That's why Riki-kun is really useless. Mugung said unhappily. Fortunately, I have Xiashi to give me ideas. Otherwise, I don't know how I'll survive these 3 years. All right, I'm useless. Ryutaru spread his hands. Noah, on the other hand, did not hear the conversation between Mugung and Ryutaru at all as he was lost in his own thoughts. After a while, Noah raised his head and looked at Mugung. Mugung, can you get someone to keep an eye on Chiwu Zhongshuan? Get someone to keep an eye on Chiwu Zhongshuan. Mugung was stunned before she reacted. Why? Is there a problem with Chiwu Zhongshuan? There are many problems. He's so ambitious that it's already a problem for us. Noah shrugged. It's just that his dedication to world hegemony has made me somewhat suspicious. Suspicious? Ryutaru asked. Suspicious of what? Noah softly uttered a name, causing Mugung and Ryutaru to widen their eyes slightly. Are you sure? Mugung asked in surprise. Are you sure Chiwu Zhongshuan has something to do with that? Of course I'm not sure. Noah laughed. If I were sure, then I wouldn't have asked you to get someone to keep an eye on him. It's just my suspicion. You're suspicious? Ryutaru pondered. Now that you mention it, I think it's possible. Although there are ambitious guys everywhere, Chiwu Zhongshuan's desire for world domination is stronger than anyone else's. Mugung turned her gaze to the door as if she could see Chiwu Zhongshuan's back. She suddenly smiled. If that's the case, then let's get that guy to do it. That guy. Ryutaru was stunned at first. Then he seemed to know who Mugung was talking about. Are you going to let him keep an eye on Chiwu Zhongshuan? After all, that guy has met Chiwu Zhongshuan many times, so he's more familiar with Chiwu Zhongshuan than anyone else. Mugung smiled. Let him keep an eye on Chiwu Zhongshuan. Hearing this, Noah could not hold back his curiosity and asked, Who's that guy? The person who used to take care of us. Mugung said mysteriously. When we left Tokyo and moved to Fairyland, he didn't come with us. Still, he's our guardian in name and has always kept in touch with us. After the existence of Fairyland was exposed a year ago, we've become closer than before. Sometimes, I'd even ask him for help with certain things, and now is the time to ask for his help. With that said, Mugung took out his phone and walked to the side to make a call. Watching Mugung like this, Ryutaru muttered wistfully. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I've contacted him. Ryudaru's mutterings did not reach Noah's ears. That was because Noah was frowning and muttering. A year ago, it seems that a lot of things changed after Fairyland's existence was exposed a year ago. Not only was Fairy Tale completely pushed into the limelight, but the Tokyo region had also become an ally of Fairyland, and the relationships between various characters had also become clear. For example, Tina's sisters joined the Fairy Tale. Another example was when Zhuowei Run was resurrected and Leech Ing reappeared. Furthermore, they were all standing opposite of Fairy Tale. The people around Noah, Mugung, Wu, and the others seemed to be divided into two groups, either allies or enemies. If things continued to develop like this, the world structure would definitely become clear because of Fairyland's existence and because of Fairy Tale's existence. But I've never had the patience to wait for things to develop slowly, Noah muttered. Let me just ignite a fire so that the fuses connected to all parts of the world will be burnt out, but not even an explosion will occur. While Noah was muttering to himself, Mugung had already finished making the call. It's done. Mugung walked over and said, the matter has been handed down, and they have also agreed to this matter. Unless Zhongshuan Qi leaves Tokyo, he will be monitored 24 hours a day. Noah nodded and did not say anything else. After all, Zhongshuan Qi was only one of the people that needed to be watched. Noah's opponent was not just Zhongshuan Qi, but the representatives of all the countries in the world. In the following period of time, as Noah said before, all kinds of people came to the door trying to find out something. Of course, in the face of such a cunning person like Noah, these people could only leave with a belly full of anger and dejectedly. Just like that, time passed little by little. Unknowingly, noon had quietly arrived. Chapter 21:30. In the very center of the embassy, there is a very spacious conference room. This conference room, until recently, was used to exhibit the famous objects of the Tokyo area. It played the role of a museum, showing the essence of the Tokyo area to the ambassadors of foreign areas. It wasn't until the countries of the world proposed a meeting and the location was chosen in the Tokyo area that the Holy Sun temporarily renovated this hall into a conference room. At this moment, in the conference room, a round table was placed in the center, sitting in the middle of luxurious chairs. The door of the conference room was open, and two guards wearing the uniform of the Holy Residence Guard stood at the door. Representatives from all over the world were accompanied by guards to the conference room one by one, and only they entered by themselves. During the previous break, the representatives of all countries had already met each other. At this time, there was naturally no need for any greetings. After entering the conference room one by one, they directly sat down, and the seats began to be occupied one by one. After the appearance of protozoa, the world's population declined sharply, and most countries were completely destroyed by protozoa, disappearing in the long river of history. Under such circumstances, it is reasonable to say that the number of representatives of countries present should not be many. However, from the beginning, the number of representatives of countries has been increasing, occupying one seat after another. By the time there were only 2 seats left in the audience, the number of representatives of countries present was already close to 100 people. Why are there so many people? Could it be that all countries in the world sent multiple representatives? Of course not. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you will understand. Just like in the past, Japan is now divided into a total of 5 regions: Tokyo, Osaka, Sendai, Sapporo, and Bodo. The rest of the countries have suffered the same result as Japan, more or less divided into several regions. It is precisely because of this that in this world, the units of countries are not like before, basically divided by continents, but divided by regions. In other words, the Tokyo area is an independent country, the Osaka area is an independent country, and the rest of the areas are also divided into independent countries one after another. So the number of countries has not decreased by much. In view of this, the number of representatives from all over the world is so large. However, although the number is large, it doesn't give people a sense of noise. After all, the people present were either the heads of state or important people in power. None of them were ruffians and would not make a racket in such a formal occasion. Therefore, after taking their seats, every country's representatives just sat there quietly. Even if there were whispers from time to time, it would not spoil the solemn atmosphere of the scene. After an unknown period of time, the final main characters finally arrived. Under the watchful eyes of the guards, Noah and Seiko walked out from one end of the corridor, followed by Mugung and Rintaro. Together, they walked towards the door of the conference room. Before they even entered the conference room, Noah and the others could already see that the room was filled with representatives from various countries. The representatives in the conference room seemed to have noticed the arrival of Noah's group. They all turned their heads and looked at them. Their eyes were all focused on Noah, Seiko, Mugung, and Rintaro. Suddenly, other than Noah, Seiko, Mugung, and Rintaro's hearts tightened. Their expressions involuntarily became serious. There was still some distance between them and the conference room, but when they saw all the representatives sitting in the conference room and felt the gazes of those representatives, Seiko, Mugung, and Rintaro had the illusion that they were about to step into the mouth of a ferocious beast. Only Noah's expression did not change. His face was calm. However, Noah asked Seiko in a low voice, "The things I asked you to prepare, have you prepared them?" "I prepared them." Seiko did not turn around. She was still looking forward. Her red lips moved slightly as she said worriedly, "But can that avoid war?" Can it or not?" Noah smiled irresponsibly. "Just wait and see." With that, Noah did not hesitate. He quickened his pace and walked towards the conference room. Although Seiko still wanted to say something, looking at Noah's back, a surge of courage and trust emerged in his heart. He steadied himself and followed closely. Mugung and Rintaro did not hear the conversation between Noah and Seiko. They looked at each other and followed. When they reached the door, Rintaro stopped and watched as Noah, Seiko, and Mugung entered the conference room. Immediately, the two guards immediately stepped forward and slowly closed the wide door of the conference room. Bang! With a loud sound of the door closing, the entire conference room was completely sealed off. However, the heavy atmosphere in the air did not decrease. Instead, it increased. All the representatives looked at the arrival of Noah, Elysium, and Mugung. Their gazes changed, and they looked at each other. Everything was said in silence. Just like that, Noah and Seiko sat down in the remaining two seats. Only Mugung was left standing behind Noah. Looking at this scene, many of the representatives showed dissatisfaction. The importance of this international conference was self-evident. There was no need for further explanation. In order to avoid any accidents, the conference was conducted in a closed manner. Every country's representative had to go into battle alone. They were not even allowed to bring their guards with them. In the end, Noah brought someone with him. Was that not telling everyone that Noah was more special than everyone present and even had a higher status? This way, the representatives of each country would naturally be dissatisfied. However, they were all smart people. They knew that this was not the time to denounce. That was because Mugung was not an ordinary guard. He was the acting president of Fairy Tale. Although after Noah's return, the biggest voice and decision-making power in Fairyland was Noah's. As Noah's spokesperson for the past 3 years, Mugung's existence had long been known by everyone. His reputation was comparable to the mysterious hermit. In other words, Mugung could also be a representative of Fairyland. Even so, it was equivalent to Fairyland sending 2 representatives. However, the international conference did not stipulate that a country could not send more than 1 representative, right? In this case, if they were to denounce, they would only end up with a few sarcastic remarks. It would not help the outcome at all. Thinking of this, even if they were dissatisfied, the representatives of each country did not say anything. Of course, many people thought that the reason Noah brought Mugung along was not because he lacked confidence, but because he was not in Fairyland for the past 3 years and did not understand the situation. If he were to attend this conference alone, he might be at a disadvantage. With this thought, many people began to think that the real troublesome one should be Mugung and not Noah. Only some people knew that Noah was far more terrifying than Mugung. For example, Chiwu Zhongshuan. The opponent this time is not the brat from the Tentong family, but that terrifying cursed child Shelter. That was Chiwu Zhongshuan's thought. just as the representatives of each country were secretly observing Noah and Mugong with various thoughts in their minds. Elysian's son stood up. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone here. Elysian's son bowed. Thank you all for gathering in Tokyo today and choosing us as the venue for this international conference. In the name of the ruler of Tokyo, I swear to you that I will ensure the fairness of this conference and maintain the order of the conference. I hope you can cooperate with me. After that, Elysian's son raised his head and said so. This conference has gathered all the countries in the world today. Almost all countries have sent representatives to participate in this conference. This is a grand event that has never happened since the beginning of the Protozoa War. Here, I sincerely hope that this international conference can promote exchanges between countries, speed up the connections and relationships between countries, and make humans more united, contributing to the eradication of the protozoa and the restoration of human territory. Elysian's son said these words in a sincere tone. Then, in the name of the ruler of Tokyo, Elysian's son, I declare, the first international conference officially begins. Chapter 21:31. President Noah, President Noah, President Noah. When Seiji announced the start of the meeting, most of the representatives couldn't wait to speak, and they all spoke in Japanese. After all, they were representatives of various countries selected to participate in the international conference. In order to achieve their own goals in the conference, it was unlikely that the countries in the world would send someone who had to communicate through a translator as a representative. There was some risk involved in that. However, when the representatives of various countries were about to speak, Noah suddenly raised his hand. Everyone, I'm sorry. Noah interrupted the speech of all the representatives with a very calm sentence. Before the meeting begins, I want everyone to witness a big action initiated by Fairyland with me. With one sentence, all the representatives present were stunned. Ignoring the stunned representatives, Noah looked at Sheng Tianzi and said to him, "Bring up the things you've prepared." What? Sheng Tianzi was extremely surprised. Now, that's right. Noah looked straight at Sheng Tianzi. Now, got it. Sheng Tianzi's face was full of confusion. He didn't know what Noah was going to do, but he still did as Noah said. He took out the communicator from his arms and said, "Bring up the things." As soon as Sheng Tianzi's words fell, the door of the conference room opened. The moment the clear sound of the door opening rang out, all the representatives present turned their gazes towards the door. In the next second, all the representatives of the various countries saw it. Two guards of the holy abode pushed a cart with a large LCD screen on it and came in from the door. Seeing this scene, all the representatives looked at each other in dismay. What are they going to do? Even Chiwu Zhongshuan in the crowd frowned. He stared at the LCD screen that was slowly pushed in by the guards and couldn't help but ask in a deep voice, "President Noah, Lord Sheng Tianzi, what are you going to do?" "Don't worry, President Chiwu," Noah said calmly. "You'll know later. Anyway, I won't disappoint you." Unfortunately, the more Noah said this, the more uneasy Zhongshuan felt, because Chiwu Zhongshuan knew that the true master of Fairyland would never do something meaningless for no reason. When the international conference was announced, Noah was definitely not trying to mystify things by doing this. Therefore, Chiwu Zhongshuan had a feeling. Following this, the development of the entire international conference would most likely exceed the expectations of all the representatives present. With this thought in mind, Chiwu Zhongshuan suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and stared closely at the LCD screen. All the representatives present had their attention completely focused on the LCD screen, their expressions more or less carrying a trace of confusion and doubt. Just like that, the two guards pushed the screen to the front of the conference room, facing all the representatives. Only Noah had his back to the LCD screen. Then, the two guards bowed and retreated, closing the door of the conference room again. It was only then that Noah stood up, looked around at all the representatives present, and said, "Next, I'm going to show you an annihilation operation launched by Fairyland alone." An annihilation operation? The representatives were shocked. What does this mean? Could it be that fairyland was preparing to attack a nation? Is this man going to show the power of fairyland and use a reign of terror to make everyone here compromise? All of a sudden, all the representatives of the various countries were filled with fear. Noah, on the other hand, acted as if he did not see anything and spoke to Mugung. Mugung, get ready. Got it. Mugung seemed a little surprised, clearly not knowing what Noah was planning. However, before the conference began, Noah did ask her to make some preparations. Therefore, when Noah spoke, Mugung walked to the side of the LCD screen and started operating on a laptop next to the LCD screen. Clang. In the next second, the LCD screen lit up and showed an image. The scene that appeared on the screen was a forest. Looking at the forest on the screen, the expressions of many of the representatives present changed abruptly. The demonic forest. The demonic forest. This name was familiar to all humans. This was especially true for those of the older generation who had experienced the first Protogut animal war. This name was enough to make them turn pale in fear, because as the name suggests, it was one of the 3 great demonic realms in the world today. In this era where the protozoans appeared and most of the human land was occupied by them, there were 3 places that were classified as the most dangerous regions by the world. In those 3 regions, the most terrifying protozoans in the world lived. Some of them were occupied by a large number of protozoans, treating them as territories and territories. Some of them were hibernating protozoans of the highest level, which were Stage V zodiac protozoans. Even other protozoans did not dare to step into them. Therefore, these 3 regions were called the demonic realms by humans. They were the demonic forest, the demonic canyon, and the demonic sea region. If one day humans had the ability to attack the 3 great demonic realms, it would mean that the protozoans were about to be wiped out and the human race would regain its past glory. Therefore, the ultimate goal of humans was to trample the 3 great demonic realms. At this moment, the forest shown on the LCD screen was one of the 3 great demonic realms, the demonic forest. In there lived a group of the highest level protozoans in the world. The protozoans in this forest were at least Stage 3 protozoans. Moreover, the regeneration ability of these protozoans was almost all above Stage 2, so they were not monsters that could be eliminated by simply relying on the rhenium metal. As for the protozoans living in there, their number could definitely be described as tens of thousands. Tens of thousands of protozoans with the lowest Stage 3 protozoans. Moreover, their regeneration ability was above Stage 2 and could not be completely eliminated by the rhenium metal alone. If such a forest couldn't be called the demonic realm, then what was the demonic realm? As the representatives of the various countries looked on in shock, Mugung, who was operating the laptop, spoke. What everyone is seeing now is an image captured by our Fairyland's artificial satellite, and it's a live broadcast. As soon as he said that, not only the representatives of the various countries around the world, but even the Holy Sun's expression changed slightly. Among the 11 Stage V protozoans known as the Zodiac, one of them was called Sagittarius. It was a protozoan that possessed extremely rare long-range attack means, and its danger level was far above the other Stage V protozoans. When this protozoan first appeared in people's sight, it did something that caused great losses to the entire human world. That was, most of the artificial satellites launched into outer space by various countries around the world were shot down by Sagittarius. Today, Sagittarius was still a huge threat to the artificial satellites created by humans, making artificial satellites extremely precious. Artificial satellites that could be successfully launched into space and survive had practically become living fossils. He did not expect that Fairyland would have the ability to launch artificial satellites into outer space and even successfully preserve them after just 3 years of being established. This made all the representatives of the various countries realize that it was not just strength, but Fairyland's technological development was also not inferior to the major countries. Just as the various countries' representatives had such a thought, Noah's voice suddenly rang out. All right, the operation is about to begin. Everyone, please pay attention to the screen. Hearing that, The representatives of the various countries present almost subconsciously raised their eyes and looked at the live broadcast on the LCD screen. Then, everyone saw on the screen that in one of the directions of the demonic forest, military helicopters were speeding in from the distance. When the military helicopters landed on the ground, one by one, people came down from the helicopters. These people were all 13 or 14 years old, little girls who were clearly underage. Obviously, they were all cursed children. On these cursed children, a sigil that resembled a fairy could be faintly seen. There is no need to explain the cursed children's affiliation. Chapter 2132. Seeing the cursed children disembarking from the military helicopter one after another and lining up neatly. Facing the demonic forest, all the country representatives in the conference room widened their eyes slightly. Initiator of the IP ranking number 3, Think Tank. Initiator of the IP ranking number 4, Pluto. Initiator of the IP ranking number 6, Multiple Eyes. Initiator of the IP ranking number 7, Tornado. Initiator of the IP ranking number 9, Small Annihilation. Initiator of the IP ranking number 10, Dive into the Sea. One by one, the nicknames of the initiators that almost resounded throughout the world appeared in the conference room amidst the shocked voices of the country representatives. Even Magung and the Holy Son of Heaven stared blankly at the familiar faces of the girls at the front of the neatly arranged initiator group on the LCD screen and fell into shock. After all, among them, even Xia Shi and Yin Zhu were among them, and their images were clearly reflected on the screen. Other than Xia Shi and Yin Zhu, who were among the top 10 initiators in the IP ranking, in the group formed purely by the cursed children, the remaining initiators were also very famous. Among them, there was no lack of initiators in the top 100 IP ranking. As such, how could the representatives of the various countries not recognize these young ladies? As for Magung, he was even more familiar with these girls. As the acting president of Fairy Tale, Magung could clearly tell everyone that the children in that group were all the top initiators in Fairy Tale. Just by the IP ranking alone, there was not a single one of them who was not in the top 1,000. And these initiators were all gathered in front of the demonic forest, one of the 3 demonic realms in the world, and their numbers were definitely above 500. In other words, other than the initiators and the top 1,000 initiators, the highest combat power in Fairyland was all gathered together. They were led by a girl. Looking at the girl standing at the front of the group, her dress fluttering in the wind, her silver blonde hair rippling, and her eyes turning into a cold scarlet color, the representatives of the countries present were almost speechless. The initiator of the first IP ranking, Black Wind. Tina was the one who led the initiators of Fairy Tale in the top 1,000. Well, what's going on? Have all the initiators in Fairy Village gathered in the demonic forest? What are you planning to do? All the representatives of the various countries were in an uproar. Noah, Magung and the Elysian son of Sage also spoke to Noah, their faces full of shock and confusion. In response, Noah only gave the 2 of them a reassuring look, but the words he said made the crowd even noisier. As all of you can see, the target of our annihilation operation this time is the demonic forest. When they heard this, all the representatives had only one thought in their minds. Ridiculous. It was so absurd that it made people speechless. Guild leader Noah. After a moment of silence, Chiwu Zhongshuan turned to look at Noah. Do you know what you're saying? What? Noah said without batting an eyelid. Does President Chiwu think this is unrealistic? Isn't that a matter of course? Chiwu Zhongshuan said with either pity or sarcasm. If the 3 great demonic realms were so easy to annihilate, humans would have reclaimed all their lands and wiped out all the protozoa. Why wait until now? Following Chiwu Zhongshuan's words, the representatives of the various countries present spoke one after another. Just as President Chiwu said, humans currently do not have the ability to invade the 3 great demonic realms. Take the demonic forest, for example. Even if we don't count the protozoa, they are at least stage 3 beings. If we only count the level of their regenerative ability, that is not something we can overcome with Rhenia metal. It would be fine if there were only a dozen or 20 of those protozoa, but in the demonic forest, there are thousands of them. Although Fairy Village's combat power is astonishing, it is impossible to annihilate the demonic forest at this stage. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That was the voice of the representatives of the various countries. It was not just the representatives of the various countries. Even Mugung and the Holy Sun agreed with that statement. Although Fairy Village's lineup was astonishing, it was only a part of the current world. The three great demonic realms, on the other hand, were rated as dangerous places that would be difficult to conquer even if all the forces of the current world were gathered. After all, the protozoa, there were not only extremely high levels, but also extraordinary levels of regenerative ability, making them very difficult to annihilate. No matter how powerful the initiators were, if they did not have the means to kill the protozoa, there was nothing they could do. That was proven by Noah's battle with Maxwell in the box. However, now, Noah wanted the hundreds of initiators in Fairy Village to conquer such a dangerous place? Impossible. Apart from Noah, that was what everyone present thought. At that moment, the representatives of the various countries had completely forgotten the initial purpose of this meeting. All of them were discussing and shaking their heads in denial. Noah, Mugung, and the Holy Sun turned their worried gazes to Noah. However, Noah's expression did not change. Since that's what everyone thinks, why not waste some time and watch Fairy Village's spontaneous battle of annihilation? Noah chuckled. All right, it's time to begin. With that, Noah turned around and looked at the LCD screen behind him. The representatives of the various countries present looked at each other before turning their gazes to the LCD screen. At the same time, before the demonic forest, the initiators of Fairy Village who had finished lining up all raised the weapons in their hands. With Tina's command, all of the initiators of Fairy Village let out a battle cry and surged into the demonic forest without hesitation. Moreover, their speed was shockingly fast. The distance of several hundred meters was reduced to 0 in the blink of an eye. Then, the initiators dashed into the demonic forest like agile cheetahs, leaping back and forth between trees, ground, and rock walls as they charged into the depths of the forest. Roar, 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 roar. As if sensing the intruders, roars and howls like a tidal wave echoed from every corner of the demonic forest. In the next second, a gigantic creature with an extremely strange appearance appeared in front of the forest. It was as if dozens of different animals had been forcefully blended together, charging at them violently. A Stage 4 protozoan. In the meeting room, a country representative shouted out the protozoan's level. As soon as they entered the forest, the initiators of Fairy Village were faced with a Stage 4 protozoan. The gigantic protozoan roared as it crashed through one tree after another, trampling on the ground as it charged forward like a ferocious beast. Against the Stage 4 protozoan that was charging at them in a grand manner, none of the initiators of Fairy Village showed any fear. Then, one of them charged out. Haya, dressed in a light one-piece dress and a jacket. Yenju shot through the air like a flash of light. With a clear cry, she instantly arrived in front of the charging primitive gut animals. Then, a kick as quick as lightning was unleashed on Yenju's foot. Bang! A heavy, muffled explosion resounded. The powerful kick unleashed from Yenju's feet directly blasted the charging protozoa into pieces, turning it into a pile of minced meat that fell to the ground. After the minced meat wriggled a few times on the ground, it instantly became motionless. Yenju, who landed on the ground, did not even look at the minced meat on the ground. Instead, she met up with the party that was advancing without stopping and continued to advance into the depths of the forest. The stench of blood filled the entire forest. Roar, 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 roar. Roar, 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 roar. Whoa! As if the entire demonic forest was in a complete riot, the cries of the protozoan echoed everywhere. Chapter 21:33. Rumble. The ground of the forest began to shake and shake. Bam, 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 bam. The sound of trees being smashed into pieces could also be heard. Around the initiators who were moving into the depths of the demonic forest, gigantic protozoa were roaring and roaring as they knocked down trees along the way. Like sharks that had caught the scent of blood, they surged toward the initiators. Not long after, the gigantic protozoa had knocked away the trees that were blocking their way and leaped out from every direction. Their eyes flashed with a ferocious glint as they opened their mouths filled with fangs and saliva at the initiators before them and pounced. In just an instant, hundreds of Fairyland initiators were surrounded by dozens of protozoa. Moreover, those protozoa were all at least at stage 3 level, with some of them even at stage 4 level. Their gigantic size was very intimidating. Even so, there was not a hint of fear on the faces of the initiators from Fairyland. Their advancing footsteps did not pause at all, and merely raised the weapons in their hands to meet the army of primitive animals that were encircling them. Roar, 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 roar. The monsters' roars shook the air. Hey-ah! The girls' cries echoed all around. The cursed children with weapons in hand faced the army of protozoa directly, clashing head-on with them. Bam, 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 bam. The initiators who were wielding guns pulled the triggers of their weapons, causing the muzzles to burst into blazing flames. The bullets that blanketed the sky were unleashed at the protozoa around them, landing on the gigantic protozoa one after another. The higher the stage of the protozoa, the larger its size would be. In order to support its gigantic body, the higher the stage of the protozoa, the harder its skin would be to penetrate. The protozoa in the demonic forest were at least stage 3 beings. Naturally, they were gigantic in size and had extremely tough skin. To break through the protozoa's skin, if one were to use firearms and ammunition, the firepower must not be weak. Therefore, every bullet fired at the protozoa around them was as powerful as a shot from an anti-tank sniper rifle. In an instant, powerful bullets tore through the skin of the protozoa one after another, causing their flesh and blood to splatter everywhere as they roared in pain. And at that moment, the initiator of the melee battle rushed forward, using the weapons in his hands to strike thunderously at the protozoa. All of a sudden, the protozoa that were at least stage 3 fell one after another under the initiators. Not a single one of them remained intact. They were either blasted apart or minced into a pile of minced meat. Then, just like the protozoa from before, the minced meat wriggled on the ground for a while before stopping altogether, turning into a pile of carcass remains. The initiators, led by Tina, only took 30 seconds to take care of this group of primitive animals. 30 seconds later, the hundreds of initiators finished off all the protozoa that surrounded them. Like agile cheetahs, they continued to leap between the trees and march forward. His footsteps did not stop at all. Wow! In the conference room, the representatives of each country who saw this scene on the LCD screen all stood up abruptly with shocked expressions on their faces. How is this possible? An army of protozoa that were at least stage 3 or above was taken care of just like that. It didn't regenerate? Moreover, aren't the initiator's abilities too high? It's one thing for the tornado to be able to take care of the stage 4 protozoa in one hit. After all, it's the 7th IP ranking. But how come the initiators who are only ranked within the top 1,000 have such powerful combat strength? At this moment, all the representatives of each country were shocked. There were 2 reasons. One was that the protozoa did not regenerate. The protozoa in the demonic forest were famous for their extremely high regenerative abilities. Basically, they were all at least level 2 regenerative abilities and could ignore the level of ordinary machine-made weapons. However, from the beginning, none of the dozens of protozoa showed that level of regenerative ability and were defeated in an instant. Moreover, the initiators displayed on the LCD screen were also astonishingly powerful. Be it the top 10 initiators, the top 100 initiators, or the top 1,000 initiators, all of them seemed to have received an astonishing amount of combat power at this moment. Be it the stage 3 or 4 protozoa, all of them were dealt with in an instant. This group of initiators with amazing abilities swept through the army in the forest that was regarded as the demonic forest without stopping. Facing the huge protozoa that came from all directions crashing through trees, rock walls, and caves, they fearlessly raised their weapons and faced them head-on. Displaying their terrifying combat strength, they killed the protozoa one after another on the spot. It was as if they had entered a place where no one could stop them. Impossible. Some of the representatives of each country couldn't help but use their own country's language. Gulp. The representatives of the other countries couldn't help but gulp as they watched the performance of the group of initiators with amazing combat strength on the LCD screen. Huff! Huff! Chiwu Zhongshuan tried desperately to calm himself down, but his breathing became more and more rapid. On the other hand, Mu Geng and Sheng Tianzi were both surprised and delighted. The group of initiators belonging to Fairy Tale had shocked the representatives from all over the world. In front of the representatives of these countries, the corners of Noah's mouth slowly curled up, and he finally spoke. According to the reconnaissance of Fairyland's artificial satellite, apart from those Stage 1 and 2 insignificant characters who accidentally entered the forest from the outside, there are a total of 12,573 Stage 3 and Stage 4 protozoa that are known for their high level of regenerative ability. On the other hand, we sent 648 initiators, a difference of about 21. And with this annihilation speed, even if we include the time for searching, traveling, resting, and eating, a day is more than enough to clear out the entire demonic forest. Noah looked around at all the representatives of the countries present, his voice resounding throughout the entire place. I wonder if everyone still doubts whether Fairyland's annihilation operation will succeed? Noah's words did not draw any response from anyone. All the representatives of the countries present were so shocked that they could not react at all. In the end, Chiwu Zhongshuan was the only one who stared at the initiator team on the LCD screen. His voice was hoarse. How? How did you do it? Upon hearing that, Noah glanced at Chiwu Zhongshuan and curled his lips into a smile. What are you referring to, President Chiwu? Don't play dumb. Chiwu Zhongshuan slammed the table in excitement. Why didn't the protozoa in the demonic forest regenerate? Since when did the initiators of Fairyland become so powerful? The combat ability displayed by each initiator is enough to rank in the top 10 of the IP ranking, right? Don't tell me you're not the one behind this. Why would President Chiwu think that I'm the one behind this? Noah asked innocently. Can it be that the children in my guild have been hiding their true strength and are finally showing their true strength now? Nonsense, Chiwu Zhongshuan retorted without hesitation. According to the investigation, other than those in the top 10 of the IP ranking, the rest of the initiators in Fairyland have never shown this level of ability before. If they were hiding their true strength, with so many of them, one or two of them should have been exposed long ago. Is that so? The innocence on Noah's face disappeared and was replaced by a half-smile. Then I'm sorry to trouble you, President Chiwu, to investigate the children in our guild so thoroughly. Well, Chiwu Zhongshuan's eyelids twitched when he realized that he had said something stupid. However, Noah no longer paid attention to Chiwu Zhongshuan. He turned around and went to the laptop next to the LCD screen and started operating it. The next moment, the image on the screen began to expand, showing the wastes of the children who were killing in the forest. It was only then that all the country representatives noticed. On the waists of those children were all wearing a small device. Chapter 2134. What? What is that? Looking at the small device displayed on the screen, all the representatives present had a look of disbelief, because none of the representatives present could recognize the small device pinned to the waists of the initiators. It was as small as a mobile phone. It was bright red all over. There was a bright gemstone embedded in the middle, and that gemstone was emitting light at this time, sprinkling a somewhat mystical color. The cursed children, who were the initiators of the attack on the demonic forest, were all wearing such a small device. Noah pointed at the small device on the screen and said to everyone present, You can call it an artificial artifact. An artificial artifact? The representatives of each country said in a somewhat deranged voice. An artificial artifact? Chiwu Zhongshuan muttered in a low voice. An artificial artifact? Muging's face was full of confusion. An artificial artifact? Elysian stared at the small device displayed on the screen, his slender hand slowly clenched. Looking at everyone's confused expression, Noah spread his hands and said so. You can treat this as one of my gains from disappearing for 3 years. Hearing that, everyone reacted. Gains from disappearing for 3 years? Chiwu Zhongshuan said with some uncertainty. In other words, this device called an artificial artifact is the reason why the initiators of Fairyland's ability became so amazing? That's right, Noah admitted frankly. The effect of this artificial artifact is very simple, which is to increase the activity of the protozoan virus in the cursed children's body to the limit, reaching the critical point. If the initiators who have not reached the growth limit wear this artificial artifact, then during the period when the artifact is in effect, their ability will be increased to the limit of growth. Noah revealed a shocking fact. And if the person wearing it is the initiator who has reached the growth limit, then during the period when the artifact is in effect, their ability will break through the growth limit. Break through the growth limit? The expressions of the representatives changed. Then doesn't that mean Mugung, Elysian, and Chiwu Zhongshuan were all shocked? It seems that all of you have thought of it. Noah suddenly smiled. Yes, it can help the initiator reach the state of domain and obtain the ability that is comparable to the high-ranking initiators. Although it can only be achieved during the period when the artifact is in effect, at least during this period of time, every initiator who reaches the limit of growth will obtain great power. Noah operated the laptop again and restored the image. On the screen, hundreds of Fairyland's initiators charged into the demonic forest as if they had entered no man's land, advancing at an astonishing speed. The scene of him effortlessly killing one protozoa after another was imprinted in everyone's eyes once again. The children who are attacking the demonic forest are all wearing artificial artifacts, and they are all initiators who have reached the limit of growth. Noah's voice clearly entered everyone's ears. In other words, what you are seeing now is a total of 648 initiators who have reached the realm of domain and have surpassed the limit. All of them are strong enough to be ranked in the top 10 of the IP rankings. They have formed a team to attack the demonic forest. A total of 648 initiators who had reached the realm of domain collectively attacking. At a time when a single initiator who had reached the realm of domain had the ability to change the world's military structure. How terrifying would the power of a total of 648 initiators who had reached the realm of domain collectively working together be? This fact was displayed in front of all the representatives of the countries in the world. Even if an initiator who has reached the realm of domain wears an artificial artifact, the activity of the protozoa virus in the body will be raised to an extremely high level. The power obtained will definitely be more powerful than a stage V protozoa. Noah's voice rang out powerfully, and the protozoa virus that has reached the limit will also trigger a kind of field that can affect the activation of the protozoa virus in other individuals. Unless they also have an artificial artifact that can cancel each other out, no matter if the target is a cursed child or a protozoa, they will not be able to trigger the regenerative ability. This way, when the host completely dies, the parasitic protozoa virus would naturally die along with it, not allowing the host to regenerate. What did this mean? That is to say, the son of the sage said with some difficulty. This artificial artifact can replace the team metal. Not only the team metal, it can even replace the team metal. Noah dropped such a bombshell. With it, even if humans lose the T, they can still resist the protozoa. At this moment, all the representatives of the countries widened their eyes and trembled. Hope, Mugung muttered. Hope that they can completely defeat the protozoa. Yes, this was the hope that humans could completely defeat the protozoa. One had to know that although the T could suppress the regeneration of the protozoa, This metal was limited and could only be mined in volcanic areas. At present, all the countries in the world had already developed a sense of crisis. That was the gradual decrease of the T metal. If one day the T metal was completely used up, then humans would no longer have the means to fight against the protozoa. Even the giant stone tablet that protected the last pure land of humans was made of T. Therefore, once the T metal disappeared, then humans would truly perish. However, the artificial artifact in front of them brought new hope. If this artificial artifact could really replace the T metal and completely suppress the regeneration of the protozoa, it could even suppress the level 2 regeneration ability that could ignore the T metal. It could even replace the T metal and suppress the strongest level 5 regeneration ability. Then, it would no longer be a dream for humans to defeat the protozoa. Not to mention, it could also increase the power of the initiators and give birth to batches of initiators who could break through the growth limit and reach the domain realm. With this power, hundreds of people could conquer one of the 3 great demon realms in the world. If it continued to increase, then defeating all the protozoa would no longer be a dream. Thinking of this, not to mention Mugung, even the representatives of the countries were trembling with excitement. The son of the sage, who longed for peace, was almost suffocating and almost shed tears. However, at this moment, Noah suddenly poured a basin of cold water on them. Unfortunately, the artificial artifact increased the activity of the protozoa virus to the point of breaking through the growth limit. That will also increase the erosion rate of the protozoa virus in the cursed child's body to the limit. Noah tapped on the laptop in front of him and said calmly, "According to my calculations, if a cursed child who has reached the growth limit uses the artificial artifact, then within 10 minutes, the erosion rate of the protozoa virus in his body will increase to more than 50%, and he will become a protozoa." That one sentence woke everyone up from their excitement. How could this be? The son of the sage's expression changed abruptly. Doesn't that mean that the use of this artificial artifact has to be exchanged with the lives of the cursed children? Of course not. Noah smiled and waved his hand. That's only for the average cursed child. Fairyland has a preparation that can completely suppress the protozoa virus. Therefore, for us, this artificial artifact can be used in actual combat. Hearing that, Mugung and the son of the sage both breathed a sigh of relief and fell back into surprise. Only the representatives of the countries seemed to have their hearts chilled and their expressions turned extremely ugly, especially Chiwu Zhongshuan, who seemed to have thought of something and secretly cursed in his heart. According to what Noah said, then, the following development, would it not be, Fairyland is the only one who could produce the antidote, just as the cursed children who have joined Fairyland are the only ones who could use artificial divine artifacts. As long as the cursed children are willing to join Fairyland, saving the world and defeating the protozoa is just around the corner. As expected, Noah calmly said something in front of everyone that caused the expressions of all the representatives to change drastically. Therefore, to save the world and humanity, I hereby make a request. I hope that all countries in the world can transfer all the cursed children within their borders to Fairyland and contribute to saving humanity. As he said that, Noah had a thought-provoking smile on his face as he looked at the representatives whose expressions changed abruptly. This is for all of humanity. You won't refuse, right? Chapter 2135. In a split second, the entire conference room that was still noisy a second ago seemed to have been frozen into ice. All sound disappeared without a trace, and even the atmosphere in the air was chilled. Along with it, the hearts of the representatives froze into ice as well. It was only at this moment that all the representatives present knew why Noah would display the power of the fairy tale at the conference, presenting the annihilation operation plan by Fairyland before everyone's eyes. Noah's actions were for one thing, and that was to make all countries who intended to reclaim the cursed children go for wool and come home shorn. The representatives looked at Noah in disbelief. Chiwu Zhongshuan felt his vision darken as he felt a sense of dizziness. Initially, the ultimate goal of this international conference, regardless of which country it was to make Noah spit out all the cursed children that were transferred to fairyland from all over the world despite having different starting points. But now, Noah was giving them a taste of their own medicine. In turn, with the announcement of an annihilation operation and an artificial divine artifact, he had all the countries send the remaining cursed children in their own country to fairyland. Could all the countries in the world agree to such a thing? Of course not. They were here to weaken fairyland's power in the first place. So how could they weaken their own power and strengthen fairyland's? Looking at the shocked and enraged faces of the representatives, Noah's expression became sarcastic. I know how you feel, but this can't be helped. Now, humanity is being threatened by the primitive animals and has reached a point where survival is difficult. If we want to break the deadlock, we can only rely on the artificial divine artifact. This is an indisputable fact. Don't you want to save all of humanity? Don't want to save all of humanity? Most of the representatives of the various countries present did not have such thoughts in mind, because they only wanted to save their own country. Who would be selfless enough to save all of humanity? However, could the representatives of the various countries present say this out loud? Once they did, they would instantly lose the support of the people in their country and be ousted from office. You are twisting words and forcing logic. One of the representatives couldn't help but shout. Even if the artifact could save all of humanity, we don't have to move every cursed child in our country to fairyland, do we? If you say so, then it's a little wrong. Noah spread his hands. An artificial artifact can greatly enhance the abilities of the cursed child. Every cursed child who obtains an artificial artifact can at least become a powerhouse in the top 500 IP rankings. With such strength, if all of them were to gather, they would definitely be able to defeat all the protozoa. If that's the case, Fairyland should announce the method of crafting artificial divine artifacts, and let every country in the world develop artificial divine artifacts. Wouldn't that be more efficient? Another country's representative said with a trembling voice, Fairyland is weak in the end. If we all work together, we can create more artificial divine artifacts and use them on the cursed children to have a greater chance of banishing the primitive animals. It's a pity that I've just informed everyone of the artifact's side effect. Only Fairyland has the means to eliminate that side effect with the incubation agent, and the only mother that can multiply the incubation agent is the one in Fairyland. Noah reminded as if he was being kind. Even if Fairyland provides the incubation agent to every country in the world, in terms of efficiency alone, instead of shipping it to every country in the world, why not gather the cursed children in Fairyland and use them directly? Wouldn't that be better? We know that it's inefficient, but we can't put the responsibility of saving all of humanity on Fairyland's shoulders, can we? Another country's representative spoke with some difficulty. We would like to do our part as well. I understand everyone's intentions. Noah smiled abruptly. Of course, we at Fairyland would not overestimate ourselves and think that we could save all of humanity alone. It's fortunate that Fairy Tale, which I lead as the center of Fairyland, is a non-governmental organization that faces the world. We would still send the cursed children to every country in the world in the form of commissions. And when the time comes, every country would just have to pay the corresponding remuneration, which could be used to produce incubation agents and artificial divine artifacts. That way, everyone would be satisfied. Satisfied? Satisfy my foot. Not only would they have to send the remaining cursed children to Fairyland for free, they would have to pay to hire them if there was a need for them in the future. Was there anything in this world that was more ridiculous than that? At that very moment, every country's representative was cursing inwardly, no matter how cultured they were. Only Noah's face was still all smiles. Or are you saying that you don't want to do your part to save all of humanity? Noah mentioned, intentionally or otherwise. If that's the case, I believe that the citizens of your countries would be very dissatisfied, and that wouldn't do any good for you. The truth was just that cruel. The representatives of every country thought that they had the upper hand in this international conference, and that they would definitely have Noah under their thumb with the excuse of fairyland illegally transferring the cursed children within their own borders. However, with Noah stirring things up, things changed completely. If Noah were to announce the existence of the artificial divine artifacts, every human in the world would fall into a frenzy. In order to survive, every citizen of every country would choose to support fairyland. Moreover, the culture of hatred and rejection of the cursed children had long been ingrained in the hearts of every country's citizens. Every human would certainly wish for all the cursed children in their own countries to disappear and get as far away as possible. That way, if the rulers of every country in the world still did not agree to this matter, then before the citizens of the country object and protest, these rulers would have to wait until they were replaced with a group of politicians who were willing to cooperate with fairyland. However, in this day and age, there should still be many countries whose rulers are dictators who can rule by terror and completely ignore the voice of the people. Noah changed the topic and turned to look at Chiwu Zhongshuan. He said this with a smile that was not a smile. We can't agree with such people who ignore the will of the people and don't want to contribute to the human race and only care about their own private rights. Therefore, if there really is such a dictator, I think that every country in the world should unite, march into that country's territory, and eradicate such vermin. Don't you think so, President Chiwu? Chiwu Zhongshuan's face turned extremely pale in an instant. The faces of every country's representative present also turned a little pale, and dispirited emotions welled up in their hearts. Lost. This time, it was a complete loss. From the moment Noah announced the artificial artifact, every country in the world was doomed to fail and even had to turn around and help fairyland. Because the citizens of every country in the world would stand on fairyland's side, stand on Noah's side. Once, in order to wipe out the entire Tendo family, Noah used the dark side in the hearts of the people in the Tokyo area and succeeded in achieving his goal. And this time, Noah no longer used the dark side of the people in a small Tokyo area, but the dark side of all humans in the world. The desire to survive was aroused for one's own survival. The sense of belonging for the glory of the past. The hatred that burst out in order to defeat the monster horde. These emotions would be used by Noah and become the stepping stone to achieve the entire fairyland and to oppress all countries in the world. In the face of these, every country in the world had no other choice. It seems that everyone has made a decision. Looking at the ashen faces of every country's representative present, Noah withdrew his artificial smile, and his face returned to calmness. Now, I have to tell everyone here something. Sins committed by the heavens can be forgiven, but sins committed by oneself are the hardest to bear. These are all your own doing. Noah's gaze swept across the faces of every country's representative. No matter what your purpose is, your actions are sacrificing the happiness of those children. Since you can't give the children a smile in fairyland, then don't even think about the children. With that, Noah ignored the reactions of every country's representative present and spoke plainly to the Holy Son beside him. Lord Holy Son, please announce the contents of today's meeting to the world and spread the video of fairyland breaching the demonic forest and tell all humans who is the one who can save them. Mugung, when you go back, be prepared to receive the cursed children from every country in the world. Noah threw out those words directly. If any country is unwilling to contribute to all of humanity, you know what to do. What else could be done? Of course, it was to make it known to the world and let them suffer. Mugung and the Holy Son both suppressed the excitement in their hearts and nodded. Seeing this, every country's representative present understood. Things could no longer be undone. There's nothing else you want to say, right? Noah said indifferently. If that's the case, this international conference will be adjourned. With that, Noah turned around and led Mugung and the Holy Son out of the conference room. Only a group of countries' representatives were left standing in place, unable to recover for a long time. Chapter 21:36. The world would walk towards the light because of Noah alone. In order to increase his chances of winning, Noah had the idea of creating an artificial artifact. Of course, We're only collecting the cursed children in the world. Perhaps there will be new cursed children born in other countries in the future. I'm not the one who created the artificial artifact. It's Athena. Moreover, Aster, Orpheus, and Lilith also contributed a lot. It was because of this that Muroto Kino believed that Noah could change this hopeless world. Immediately, Noah had Hina, Xiashur, and Yinzhu rush back to fairyland to gather people and spread the news of the annihilation operation in the demonic forest. Even Rintaro patted Noah's shoulder, his heart filled with emotions. When the protozoa were defeated and humans were released from their twisted hearts, perhaps they would be completely divided into two types of people. So, the reason you disappeared for 3 years was to prepare for the artificial artifact? In order to prevent the same thing from happening to the children in the world, it seems that we have to investigate the household records of every country in the world. We can't leave out a single child. God knows how long it would take to recover to its peak. This world was completely distorted after the protogut animals appeared. As the strongest sword spirit, Aster could use a certain degree of steel elven magic. He was quite knowledgeable about the weapon refinement of steel elven magic. After Athena perfected the design of the artificial artifact, he used elven magic to refine the outer shell. In the corridor of the embassy, Rintaro learned about the whole process and result of the meeting from Mugging, and said to Noah, in surprise and joy. After all, unlike in the past, the current fairy tale could go up against countries all over the world at any time. The first type was those who were liberated from their hatred and were enlightened. They no longer stuck to the past and chose to move towards the future. In fact, Noah had already asked Athena to design an artificial artifact for the cursed children. Therefore, Noah did not take credit at all and only explained to Rintaro. Noah, who didn't know what Seiji, Mugung, and Rintaro were thinking, was still immersed in his own thoughts. This was the only thing that could be confirmed. Could it be that the child is the same as Xiashur and has intelligent protozoan genes in his body? Orpheus and Lilith were known as the dragon gods with unlimited power. Both of them gave their own snakes to the artificial artifacts at the moment when the artificial artifacts were formed, so that the artificial artifacts could gain power and produce amazing effects. Some countries don't even register their cursed children, Rintaro said. Even in terms of strength, in this world, Aster, Athena, Orpheus, and Lilith were unbeatable existences. Naturally, driven by the world's pattern, the latter would begin to flow towards fairyland, while the former would be shut out. Rintaro's surprised words made Noah, who had been calm and strong in the meeting room, feel a little helpless. However, Noah had never thought of asking Athena to create an artificial artifact that could destroy the gods. As long as it could increase the collective combat power of fairy tale and could be mass-produced, it would be enough. Moreover, the first to be distorted was none other than the humans themselves. The ones who actually carried out the plan were Aster, Athena, Orpheus, Lilith, Hina, Xiashur, Yinzhu, and the other girls. Moreover, the one who created the artificial artifacts was not Noah, but Athena. That was just an excuse to fool the representatives of the countries. I didn't think that things would develop like this. That child called Athena could actually create such an artificial artifact? Mugung said in disbelief. In other words, Noah had only drawn up a plan from the beginning. There was one person who, in less than 5 years, saved all the innocent children in the world who were hated and ostracized by humans. So, that child is that powerful? That's true. Mugung composed herself and said, there are still many things that need to be done. In order to give those children the same happiness, we have to come up with countermeasures. Otherwise, once those countries with bad intentions hide them, we can only be kept in the dark and let those children suffer silently in places we can't see. We have to think of a solution to that as well. One was to follow the darkness in their hearts and turn their hatred towards the cursed child who still had the blood of the original intestine when the original intestine animal was defeated. However, this way, the cursed children from all over the world will all gather in fairyland. The ultimate goal of my creation of fairy tale is finally about to be achieved. And this was also for those children, of course. Noah smiled. With that in mind, Say Tianzi, Mugung, and Rentaro looked at Noah's side profile and felt a certain feeling in their hearts. Hearing Noah's murmur, Say Tianzi and Mugung gave Noah a gentle look. Until the day when everyone acknowledges the existence of the cursed child, then the human race would usher in unprecedented prosperity and peace. After today, I'm afraid this world won't be peaceful for a while, Noah murmured. However, when that time comes, the human race would basically be crippled. Not even the four wise men. Say Tianzi's expression became incredulous. When it comes to wisdom, I'm afraid that even the four wise men who are known as the world's strongest brains are no match for her. In the world of Demon Academy, Athena had already studied artificial artifacts for a period of time, and her attainment in this field was almost comparable to that of Azazel. As for Athena, with the help of Aster, Orpheus, and Lilith, she created hundreds of artificial artifacts overnight. Who would have thought? It was impossible for Athena to create another divine tool of annihilation with such a level of mastery over the artifact. Noah nodded and gently stroked the guild emblem on the back of his hand. Noah's words made the three of them come to a realization. For this reason, Athena even conducted research on artificial artifacts for a period of time. It wasn't until Noah obtained the specific information of the domain from Tina that Athena came up with an idea. She gradually perfected the artificial artifact that could enhance the abilities of the cursed child. Athena is indeed very smart, and can even be called wise. Noah did not confirm Muging's words and only said this. Moreover, instead of dealing with them one by one, it was better to let them kneel down. When the artificial artifacts worn by Hina and the others were activated, the gemstones embedded in them were formed by Orpheus and Lilith snakes. Noah could even let the four girls go to those countries that were looking for trouble. It would only take a day for the world to be left with only two independent countries, Fairyland and the Tokyo area. Of course, at that time, Noah did not intend to disclose the function of the artificial artifact to achieve the goal of making all the countries in the world obediently hand over all the cursed children. He simply wanted to increase the strength of Fairy Tale. That was, if they followed this man, it would definitely not be a mistake. It was because of the help of Aster, Orpheus, and Lilith that Athena was able to quickly create hundreds of artificial artifacts overnight. The method of creating artificial artifacts was not developed by Noah, but by Sashal's experimental results. After that, Noah had a conversation with the Holy Sun in the Holy Abode and suddenly thought of the existence of artificial artifacts, which led to a series of ideas. Whether it's Aster, Athena, Orpheus, or Lilith, their abilities are beyond your imagination. Don't underestimate these children. The Holy Sun, Mugung, and Rentaro, who did not know about this, were a little surprised. Under such circumstances, the appearance of the children who inherited the protozoan virus became the victims of this distortion. After the cursed children of the world were gathered in Fairyland, these children would be reborn. Many people's hearts became tired, distorted, and even deformed under the direct pressure of life and death. Chapter 21:37. Bang! In the dimly lit war room, an iron fist made of pure metal slammed heavily into the wall. With a loud explosion, the sturdy wall was directly smashed into smithereens. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The black-robed bodyguards Ren kept throwing punches, smashing the wall in front of him over and over again until it was shattered. Debris and gravel flew everywhere, and even a large amount of dust was raised, filling the entire war room. Without a doubt, the actions of the black-robed bodyguard were not smart at all. As an assassin who could only hide in the dark, the black-robed bodyguard's actions were completely an act of venting his anger. It would only attract the attention of others. Other than that, there was no other benefit. However, the other people present did not stop the black-robed bodyguard at all. Leech Benet Jr. was still sitting in the corner, hugging his sword, as if he was in a dream, and kept muttering something. Li Qingyin leaned against the wall on the other side, with his head lowered. Because he was wearing a mask, his expression could not be seen at all. The remaining black-robed man, who was called Sir, was still sitting in front of the surveillance screens in the war room. His whole body was covered in a black robe, so naturally, his expression could not be seen clearly. However, from his slightly clenched hands, it could be seen that this top operative of the Five Xiong Association was also unable to calm down in his heart. Noah Dole. His voice was very gloomy. I still underestimated you. Just 3 minutes ago, His Excellency, Li Qingyin, and the black-robe bodyguard all received reliable news and learned about the process and results of the international conference that was being held in the embassy. But this news shocked the three of them at the same time. After the shock, they were furious. Soon, all the cursed children in the world will become members of Fairyland. His fist clenched tighter and tighter. That's not all. The most important thing is that artificial artifact. That is simply the nightmare of the Five Xiong Association. As a mysterious organization whose ultimate goal was world hegemony, His Excellency knew what the Five Xiong Association that he belonged to relied on. One was a mechanized soldier. Even so, while the mechanical soldiers were powerful, the cost to modify each one was very high. There were not many of them even in the Five Xiong Association, and none of them were comparable to the top 10 initiators in the IP ranking, and were simply no match for the 648 initiators in Fairyland who had reached the domain level. One was a protogut animal. In order to seize the world's hegemony, in fact, within the Wuxiang Association, from a long time ago, they had been cultivating primitive animals. Before this protozoan was born, it would be injected with drugs when it was still a virus. Only after it was cultivated would it be able to drive it. Furthermore, in order to achieve their goal of using protozoa to eliminate all rebellious countries, one of the requirements when cultivating these protozoa was to make them immune to the effects of Pyrenees. Not long ago, the long-necked dragon used by the terrorists of the Five Xiong Association to attack Mogin was one of them. Noah and the others did not know that the reason why the long-necked dragon could ignore the Qi was not because of its high level of regeneration, but because it was an experimental subject that was bred to be immune to the Qi in order to achieve this effect. His Excellency knew how much effort the Five Xiong Association that he belonged to had put in. However, all of this, in front of Noah's artificial artifact, would be reduced to nothing. Because, even if it did not rely on Qi metal, the artificial artifact could release a stance that counteracted the regeneration ability of the protozoan, making it possible for anyone to eliminate the protozoan. It's just like fate. Li Qingyin laughed out loud in self-mockery. That man is indeed the biggest enemy that threatens us in the end. So didn't I say? Bodyguards would turn around angrily and shouted loudly. When that guy was wandering on the streets yesterday, we should have gotten rid of him. At that time, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Bodyguardjoa was getting angrier and angrier as he shouted. Have all the preparations we made previously become a joke? Yesterday, the preparations that His Excellency had mentioned were actually the protozoan that the Five Xiong Association had prepared. In the past few days, His Excellency had relied on his own channels to secretly transport a large number of protozoan that could be immune to the Qi to the Tokyo area, preparing to use them to give the fairy tale an indelible blow when the next operation was carried out. For this, His Excellency had also planned a lot of things. However, the center of these plans were all centered around these protozoan that could be immune to the Qi now. Noah had created such an artificial artifact, which was equivalent to strangling all of His Excellency's plans to death. It was precisely because of this that Bodyguardjoa was so angry, and His Excellency and Li Qingyin had such a big reaction to this news. Recalling all the efforts he had made in the past, which were actually resolved so cleanly by Noah, His Excellency's heart was also furious. However, compared to the incompetent Bodyguardjoa, His Excellency could sit in the position of the top operatives of the Five Xiong Association. Obviously, he was not brainless. Now, if we face the fairy tale, we won't have any advantage. His Excellency took a deep breath, and finally, with an extremely unwilling voice, he made such a decision. Give up the plan. Let's take the long view. What? Bodyguardjoa was shocked, and then his face distorted. Give up the plan? In other words, His Excellency was not going to deal with Noah? What kind of joke is this? Bodyguard Zhua growled out. Let me watch that guy get what he wants? Absolutely impossible. In addition to hatred for Noah, Bodyguard Zhua also had endless jealousy. In the beginning, Bodyguard Zhua was eyeing the Holy Son of Heaven covetously. In addition to coveting the Holy Son of Heaven's beauty, he also wanted to become the ruler of the Tokyo area and rise to the sky in one step. However, all of this was not only destroyed by Noah, but the other party also easily got what Bodyguard Zhua had always wanted. For example, the Holy Son of Heaven. Bodyguard Zhua had long known that the Holy Son of Heaven definitely had some special feelings for Noah. As a bodyguard, Bodyguard Zhua had seen the Holy Son of Heaven stare at Noah's back more than once. It was because of this that Bodyguard Zhua hardened his heart, and under the instigation of the Tendo Chrysanthemum, he went to the fairy tale station and buried countless bombs there. Today, Noah even developed a monster guild that Bodyguard Zhua looked down on into a giant that could affect the world and compete for the hegemony of the world. How could Bodyguard Zhua, who originally coveted the position that the Holy Son of Heaven brought to him, not be jealous? Driven by the negative feelings of hatred and jealousy, Bodyguard Zhua could not imagine that he would continue to watch Noah show off his strength. Regarding Noah, Bodyguard Zhua only had one thought. That was to kill. Your Excellency, we can't give up, Bodyguard Zhua said hatefully. That bastard is the master of Fairyland. If we don't get rid of him, it will be much more difficult for our Wuxiang Association to obtain the hegemony of the world. Do I need you to remind me of this? His Excellency glanced coldly at Bodyguard Zhua, and there was some irritation in his tone. With that artificial artifact, and with the cursed children all over the world flowing into Fairyland, it won't be difficult for Noah Dole to obtain the hegemony of the world. This person is our greatest enemy. How can I not understand? But it is because of this that we have to give up on the plan, right? Li Qingyin said softly. With that artificial artifact and the many initiators in Fairyland, we have no chance of winning in a direct attack. That's right. His Excellency laughed coldly. We have no chance of winning in a direct attack. His Excellency's cold words made Li Qingyin raise an eyebrow. I see. Li Qingyin smiled pleasantly. Are you trying to change the attack in the open to assassinate in the dark? That's right. His Excellency nodded and raised his hand, holding a mobile phone in his hand, and smiled meaningfully. It just so happens that a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity has appeared before my eyes. Your Excellency, Bodyguard Zhua quickly said. What about us? You guys are on standby for now. His Excellency waved his hand. Also, have mechanical soldiers gathered in Tokyo come over and listen to my orders at all times. Hearing that, Li Qingyin and Bodyguard Zhua nodded either nonchalantly or reluctantly. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.